Now broadcasting from the Next Gen Conservative Studio in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report with Sam Whitfield.
I am your host, Sam Whitfield, broadcasting live here from NGC Studios in South Florida, and I want to thank you all so very much for joining me tonight for the show. It's going to be a good one. We have a lot to get to. First off, contact info as usual. You can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at @SamDiv_NDC, hashtag Whitfield Report. You can also follow me on Instagram at @SamDiv_NDC. You can follow me on Gab, Parler, and Minds at Sam Whitfield. Facebook.com/Whitfield Report. And follow me all other places in the description below. And you can also subscribe to the podcast on Apple Podcasts or wherever else you get your podcasts. And really appreciate you tuning in, letting people know about the show. And also shout out to the live chat. So far, we just have Warfist in the chat. Hello, buddy. Hope your evening is going well. And well, folks, we lost a good one this week. We lost one of the greats of comedy. Some might even say the greatest in some people's opinions. The one and only Norm Macdonald. And I love Norm, or I should say I love his comedy, and he seemed like a good guy from everything I knew. There's just so much to cover, so tonight's show is going to be a remembrance show of Norm Macdonald. And people have said, do you think Norm would have had any jokes on his death? And, I think one of his jokes, one of his bits that he did for the last decade was dead. I didn't even know he was sick. That was a Norm Macdonald bit, and I can't help but think that maybe that joke was a little bit on the nose, and that he was talking himself. He passed from cancer on Tuesday. The cancer didn't beat him. More like he had a draw with cancer, more or less. Although, has anybody seen O.J. Simpson lately? I just want to make sure all of O.J.'s knives are still in the kitchen. It seems a little suspicious to me that Norm dies and then the juice is nowhere to be seen on Twitter. The juice is, he's on Twitter all the time and gabbing about this and gabbing about that. All of a sudden Norm dies and not a peep. I'm not saying that he had anything involved with Norm's death. I'm just saying that the timing is awfully, the timing of Norm's death and OJ's disappearance from Twitter is, it's a little questionable, just to say the least. Just because Norm had cancer doesn't mean that, I'm sure I'm sure cancer patients get murdered too. But anyway, we will, as I mentioned, we will be doing a tribute show playing clips of Norm. And, you know, I figure what better way to start than the way I discovered Norm. I discovered Norm because, as most of you know, I'm a big fan of Dennis Miller and Dennis Miller's old radio show. And the first time I heard Norm was on that program back when I was in high school. I had access to the podcast, or rather, I would rip streams of the kind of like the web radio show off the internet and play it back later. And so the first time I heard Norm was on Dennis's show, and this bit has become kind of infamous now. But it's his dog, the bounty hunter, bit, and this was my first time hearing Norm, and I think it's a great bit. I think it's absolutely perfect. So anyway, I believe this is from 2011, if I'm not mistaken. Clip number 1.
But he was always a cool guy. Now, what do you think about this dog?
Let's see here. Oh, let me make sure the desktop audio is on. That might be useful.
But he was always a cool guy. Now, what do you think about this dog, the bounty hunter? Have you been following that at all, Norm?
Oh, that guy. I mean, to me that sounds racist. But like you gotta remember that even though that is a racist comment, listen, man, we've all known bounty hunters in our time, you know, and they have that thing like curse like a sailor. Well, that could go for bounty hunters just as well. They just chose sailor. Those guys. I mean, they're not like you or me, you know?
No, they're bounty
If you choose that as your career, you know, you're a bounty hunter. Listen, some salty language is not going to be a longshoreman. No, there's nothing worse than bounty hunting.
Norm, you're a genius. All right, we got a couple minutes left. Anything else you want to lay on the listeners before we leave today?
That was funny, that bounty hunting thing. Seems like he's going to get a pass on it, right?
I don't think so, Norm. I think he's in trouble.
Are his bounty hunting days over?
Oh, shit.
We can't keep you on. I'm sorry, but, you know, you have to... You know, you have a public image of hunting down criminals in their hotel rooms, diving at them in the middle of the night and beating them up. We can't have you saying racist things on the I don't know.
All right, Norm, I'm going to put some oxygen on my face here and recover. You're going to be on every Friday now?
Yeah, that'll be fun, right?
Oh, are you kidding me?
I'll be like your Pete Barbuti.
No, stop. Chuck Mangione references be far behind.
Yeah.
Thank you, Storm and Norman. We'll talk at you down the road. This is the Dennis Miller Show.
Who knows bounty hunters? I I think the best part of that too was the beginning. Dog, that thing's kind of racist. Part of Norm's genius, what in my humble opinion at least, it wasn't even so much his jokes as much of it was his delivery that I absolutely found hysterical. Just how he could say such monotone stuff and be rather part of his hilariosity was the fact that he could say things in pretty much like a you could do deadpan comedy really well. And that was what he was best at. So that was just an icebreaker. Now, I don't really know. Some of these clips may get copyrighted. I'm thinking a lot of these will. And I was watching this. Norma had a compilation on prostitute jokes that was hilarious. So let's. I'm gonna try and play ones I haven't heard before, and kind of react to them. And Apex should be here in a few mementos, I think. Hopefully. But yeah, let's see what this one is. Norm and prostitutes.
It's funny that the expression came about. It's a true story because it's always not.
Right.
It's not a true story.
Yeah, right. It is.
Like nobody ever goes, "Hey, I got a hooker last night and I paid money in exchange for sex." True story.
Yeah.
This one says, "Remember the old days when tweeting meant stabbing a hooker?"
Bob liked that one.
I am not a big fan of video games where you cannot kill a prostitute. I like the ones where...
Oh, like Grand Theft Auto.
Yes.
That was the hook for that game. That's really what people got
was.
excited about.
Yeah.
Throw the girl over the...
Inevitably, somebody would always say, the great thing is you can drive down this alley and you can kill a prostitute.
That was the thing people talked about most of that game.
That's why that game took off.
I agree.
Isn't that strange?
Yeah.
Hey, how about this one? They say pimping ain't easy, Andy. But what they won't tell you, it is much, much more difficult being a prostitute. Pimping is pretty easy. I don't know if you heard pimped, but...
When you get older, you start to get a little short-term. But I remember things from 10 years ago like that.
Yeah. He can remember, like, when he was a kid, but he can't remember murdering that prostitute last night.
You can go to jail for that. It's a whole new law.
I've been told.
How old was she?
I don't remember.
No.
If you don't remember, you're not going to convict you.
Yeah, I'm past that lie detector.
If you were a Russian prostitute on a date with serial killer Andrei Chikatilo, a.k.a. the Rostov Ripper, and he couldn't achieve an erection, that was not your lucky day.
Las Vegas is now home to a 550-foot-tall Ferris wheel. Also drawing thousands to Las Vegas, whores. That's you. That's your voice all the way right there. That's the old the Norm Macdonald lean in. Whores.
No. Now listen to this. This would be a good joke for you, I feel, Fred.
Okay.
Just to the
Here's
camera.
what I've learned. You beat up and toss one 19-year-old Hispanic hooker out of a moving car, and they never let you forget it. Isn't that true? That is funny. That's
true. Both funny and true.
Hey, let me ask you this. Did you ever toss a prostitute off a bridge?
What's the first one?
No, they...
Something. I don't think you should host Late Late Show. I think you should take my slot because I am vacating it. I am leaving. I think you should take over. There's an opening here at the Conan Show.
I was just saying I heard that was a sign of being a serial killer.
Okay. You're the worst guy I've ever met. And I mean that in a nice way.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about the news, that's going on nowadays.
Yeah, the news. Yeah.
All kinds of things going on. There's the Dick Morris is getting a new show. Did you hear about that?
Dick Morris, the presidential advisor in the scandal. Yeah.
Right. Didn't you hear that now he's getting a show? He's there like, can you believe the guy actually getting a show on the TV?
That's amazing.
Yeah. And it's a morning show. It's called Good Morning Whores.
I'd watch that.
Yeah.
I'd watch that in a second.
This one concerns a fella that won the lottery. And he was a garbage man. He won the lottery. He won the New York State lottery. And he won like $8 million. And he said he's not going to quit his job. And you've always heard that, right?
Right. I'm going to keep my job.
I'm going to keep my job. And there's only one occupation where the person does not keep his job when he
wins the lottery.
You know what that occupation is?
No.
Crack whore.
That was amazing. You pulled it out. I was worried about you for a minute. I thought you were in deep trouble. I thought you might get backed into a corner, have a lot more pressure on you, and then not have anything.
I know.
But the pitch came in low and towards the middle, and you put it out of the park.
No, I didn't.
What are you talking about? When people hear crack whore, they just start laughing. That's just the reaction people have. It's got when birds fly in and sing a song. Crack whore. What are you doing now?
I just saw on the TV my hair.
Okay. All right.
Like, I went to Vegas a couple weeks ago, and a funny thing happened. Hey, Andy.
Hi.
And a funny thing happened there in Vegas, right? I go there, to gamble. I meet a couple of midgets,
A couple of midgets?
Yeah.
Little people, I call them.
Well, I don't think of people as little people.
Okay, your word's better.
Yeah.
Go ahead anyway. You meet a couple of midgets.
I know a lot of people in show business talk about the little people.
Right.
But I think everybody's the same. The midgets, the regular people.
Okay.
We're all human beings.
We're all human beings. That's good. That's good. You have a good attitude.
Some of us are, short and have weird big heads. So, anyway, these guys.
That neck went out there for a second, but it's better now.
These two midgets, man, they were the funniest dudes. And one of them was telling me that him and his buddy decided to get a couple of prostitutes, because midgets, they can't have sex very much with the women, And, so they say, we'll get a couple of prostitutes.
I didn't know that, but okay.
So they say, let's get a couple of prostitutes, right? So the other midget goes, hey, man, that's great. So,
what are they, Cheech and Chong? Like you're two midgets like, hey, dude. Yeah, man, that sounds heavy.
Well,
All right.
So the midgets, the one midget, they get their two prostitutes, and they take them up to their room, in the hotel. And so the one midget, he gets in the room with the girl. And
they're in separate rooms here?
Yeah, separate rooms, but they're adjoining.
Right.
So the one midget, he gets the prostitute, and he wants to have sex with her, but he'd been drinking a lot, so he had trouble, like, performing,
Yes, I know.
Right. Nobody knows better than you about that. So the one midget, he gets in with his girl, but he's too drunk to perform, and he feels real bad, right? So then, this is what the guy's telling me, the midget. He goes down, then afterwards, he says, okay, get out, you dirty whore, He blames her,
Right, blames her,
yeah.
Okay.
So she leaves, and then he's feeling all bad, so he listens with a glass to the next room where his buddy is with his prostitute.
Right.
And he hears, like, in the next room, he hears, 1, 2, ah! 1, 2, ah! 1, 2, ah! 1, 2, ah!
Right.
1, 2, ah!
Right. Stop doing it.
Yeah. So he goes, oh, that dirty, dirty midget's having some fun sex over there, So...
He calls him a midget, too?
Yeah.
But he's a midget. All right, whatever.
So he feels bad,
Right.
And the next day, man, he meets his buddy midget at the coffee shop. He goes, and the guy goes, hey, man, how'd it go last night? And the one guy goes, oh, man, it was horrible, I was too drunk. I couldn't perform with my prostitute. He goes, but it sounds like you had a good time. And then the other guy, midget, goes, what, are you kidding? I couldn't even get up into the bed.
You know, it's really lucky that you ran into those guys, because it's such a good story.
I look happy, Andy. They did very good at Baccarat, and
They were happy.
But I just have one question. What is this fascination that guys have with prostitutes? That's all I want to know.
Gee, let's think about that.
I'll tell you what the fascination is.
Go, Norm, go.
Instead of going out and spending money on a keychain and a G-string, you spend money on sex.
Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot. Anyway.
You know, it's so much more informative with you here. You're getting all this stuff that I wouldn't have the nerve.
When you're in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, the oddest slogan I've ever heard. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, they say. Of course, it's not true. You can't kill a person and leave. They'll follow you across state lines and bring you back, and you'll face a jury of your peers. So I said, what does that mean? What does it mean? Like, what are they getting at, you know? I started ruminating about it. I whittled. I started whittling.
Oh, you whittle?
Yeah, when I ruminate, I whittle.
Whittle and ruminate.
Yeah, whittle.
Hand in hand.
And I said, what does that actually mean? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. And it came to me in a sudden. What it means is you can have sex with a prostitute in Las Vegas, and she will not tell your wife. They're very discreet in Vegas. They're not like these gossipy small town whores. You know. These blabbermouths down at the beauty parlor with that pale blue thing over their head, whatever that is, go, you're Hank Johnson's husband? By God, I had sex in exchange for cash last night with him. Small world.
Yeah, in exchange for cash.
This is the hardest part of the show for me because I have to eliminate one of you, and this is very difficult because, let's face it, any of you would have sex with me. Taya, you're a very special lady. I'll never forget that time that you...
Wait, I had no idea that this was a thing.
Me and that hobo had that threesome in the Greyhound bathroom. I think that's when I realized that I had special feelings for you. Farrah, the first time I ever saw you, I thought, oh my God, that is one of the whoriest looking whores I have ever seen in my life. I have seen a lot of whores because I'm a rock star. And, I've seen ladies like in the front row look at me with that super hoary look on their face. And you look horier than all of them. And that really means something.
Okay, settle down, prostitutes. Now, understand that you each get $20, and this requires no sex. No sex at all, regardless of what this character tells you. Well, you got a dead hooker in the trunk.
What? No, it can't be.
Yes, it was. It was a dead hooker.
It wasn't a dead hooker!
Pal, I know a dead hooker when I see one. Oh, my goodness.
What are you doing?
I've never seen so many dead hookers in all my life.
Lord knows I have.
Oh, God. Yeah, Dirty Work was a great movie too. So, wait, I'm not Norman selling merch now? What a whore. I almost want to look at this now. What type of fan merch is this guy selling? Also, Apex is supposedly home now. So oh, that's anticlimactic. I guess the store got shut down. It's looking like or something. But let's see what else. Let's see what else we have in the bag here. Oh, you're on your way home. Okay. Gotcha. Well, I mean, whiskey. You're always welcome to just pop on the stream. I know you're always on Discord. I know that you live on Discord for all intents and purposes. But all right. Let's see. What else? Let's just play roulette here, shall we? Obviously, I would love to play some of the SNL stuff, but at the same time, I know NBC is a bitch when it comes to copyright striking and stuff. So maybe we'll hold off on that. I don't know though. Oh, this is new. Norm Macdonald met Larry. Okay, let's see what this one has to do.
Thanks so much for coming, Norm. People don't know this. Norm Macdonald is not feeling well. He's been sick, but he was a real trooper, and he showed up anyway.
I've been sick like 3 days. I was barfing and had diarrhea and everything.
Okay, we didn't need to know, that. You could have said I've been feeling a little fluish, yeah, a little under the weather. But you're feeling okay right now?
You know, I got a kind of a hypochondriac, so when I get sick, I want to find out if I'm going to die, from it. Mm-hmm. And so I try to think, where did I get the sickness? You ever do that?
Yeah, you figure out, did I come in contact with someone, how did I get it?
Yeah, did I get, because I know, like Ross Abrash, this guy who works up on Saturday Night Live, he was sick last week. I thought maybe I got it from him. Mm-hmm. I remember I ate some shellfish a few days ago. Mm-hmm. And then yesterday, I got stabbed with a rusty syringe by this 80-pound homeless guy.
Probably Ross Abrash.
Yeah.
If I'm guessing right.
Yeah, I was just saying, it was Ross Abrash.
Yeah, right. It probably was him.
And then, do you know Tanya Addy?
Who?
She works on your show. I just talked to her.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't talk to people on my show. I deal with everyone through lawyers and intermediaries.
Oh, my Lord.
I'm like Elvis in, 1976. I'm in a room with the shades drawn, eating a lot of peanut butter, shooting out TV sets.
Holy Lord.
Yeah. Yeah. Go to town, my friend. What about her?
Who?
You are feeling a little unwell, aren't you?
I just wanted to see if you remember her name.
Sure.
What?
Yeah.
I just told you.
Yeah, Tanya.
Yeah, Tanya, what's her last name?
Oh, come on, we got to get the show going. Now.
But she was telling me, this is interesting, she was telling me that, you know that movie, The Elephant Man?
Yeah.
We were just talking about it backstage, and I always thought it was a stupid movie, and she said it's a really good movie, and I said the stupidest thing in it is because, you know that part where the guy says, I am a human, I am not an elephant, I am a human being.
I'm not a monster, I think, whatever. I'm a human, and I'm not an animal, I'm a human being, yeah.
Tanya just pointed that out to me, that I am not an animal.
Right.
Because I always thought it was stupid, like the guy doesn't even hardly look like an elephant. So why would
you would be the worst movie critic in the world. If you had your own movie criticism show and you came on and this whole movie sucked. He's not an oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Forget what I said.
Anyway, that has nothing to do with anything. It's just Tanya and I were talking backstage.
Yeah. Tanya who? Quick.
Addy.
Right. Yeah, I knew. You got the weekend update coming up.
Yeah.
You got some topical jokes that
Yeah.
you got brewing. I know you. Your mind's always going.
I'm always thinking about the jokes from the paper, you know, so I can come on, especially when I come on your show, you know.
Sure.
You know how I come on your show and I always try to have some jokes from the newspaper?
Sort of like now, yeah.
Yeah. So here's the joke I got.
Yeah.
Y'all know about this woman, right, from Denmark that left her baby out in the street?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, folks? Yeah. I don't like it either. I don't think that's right.
Yeah. Good joke.
Oh, no.
You know,
that was the premise I was stating.
Update would be so easy for you. It would be such a great gig if that's all you did.
That's all I
What do you
did.
think about that, Boo? Yeah, all right. And in another story, President Clinton hurt his knee. What do you think? Oh, too bad. Yeah, okay.
No, the point of it is this. I have a joke about it.
Okay.
Because they got reunited today.
Oh.
It was in the newspaper, in the New York Post and the New York
Of
Daily
course
News.
I would, Wrenches.
And, so I was thinking, now they're flying back to Denmark, and this crazy woman puts the baby out on the wing.
You want to try another one, or you want to? It's your choice.
I think the fever's breaking.
There was another one in the paper today.
You realize that this now doubles the pressure on this one.
Right.
So
No, this-
everyone, this creates a real tense TV
No,
moment.
I swear to God, this one will really do well. This one concerns a fella that won the lottery.
Uh-huh.
And he was a garbage man. He won the lottery. He won the New York State lottery. And he won like $8 million. And he said he's not going to quit his job. And you've always heard that, right?
Right. I'm going to keep my job.
I'm going to keep my job. And there's only one occupation where the person does not keep his job when he
wins the lottery.
Wins the lottery. You know what that occupation is?
No.
Crack whore.
That was amazing. You pulled it out. I was worried about you for a minute. I thought you were in deep trouble. I thought you might get backed into a corner, have a lot more pressure on you, and then not have anything.
I know.
But the pitch came in low and towards the middle, and you put it out of the park.
No, I didn't.
What are you talking about? When people hear crack whore, they just start laughing. That's just the reaction people have.
It's got birds fly in and sing a song. Correct.
What are you doing now?
I just saw on the TV my hair.
Okay. All right.
No,
what we're going to do is we're going to take a little commercial break.
Okay, great.
And I'm going to get security in here. And then we're going to come back and we're going to talk to you some more because you're going to have some fluids during the break and stuff.
Fluids?
Yeah, you'll see. We'll get that Tanya girl to get them for you.
I
All
thought
right.
when you said that, I thought you meant fluids out of my ass.
You know, a couple of times in the 4 years I've been doing this show, someone has stopped me just before I went to commercial to try one more joke. That was the most worthwhile of all this time. We'll take a break.
Oh, fuck.
We'll be right back. Everybody, we're with a rehydrated Norm Macdonald. How you doing?
Good, man.
You know, I'm over here, yeah. You did the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't catch the whole thing. I caught, I think, the second half of your act. This is a big tradition in Washington. The president speaks, and then they get a comedian to speak.
Yeah.
And you did a great job. You were really funny.
They have the president comes up and talks, and he has a lot of fun. He does jokes, you know. I didn't know that. I thought he'd just talk about the country and stuff like that. But he does jokes.
Yeah.
And then he kills, you know. He does great because he's the president, you know. And then you have to go on after him, after the president.
See, I did it one year, and I was the last guy, I think, who got to do it. I went first, and then the president spoke about issues and stuff, and it's much better that way.
Yeah.
But you had to follow him.
You had to follow the president, you know, and that's not good, you know. You ever hear that? There's an old show business maxim. Never follow leader of the free world. You know?
I know that one, yeah.
I can't even follow Carrot Top. You know, now I'm trying to follow this character.
You know, we have a photo of Carrot Top always on the ready. Don't we have a photo of Carrot Top, Liz?
Let's see,
just
where
to
is it?
Put it up, just so people can see Carrot Top.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, but how did it went good? I saw some, It must have been an impressive event.
It was cool to meet the president. Although he's all crippled up now, he's got like.
That's not politically correct. He's all crippled up.
What do you call it?
He's just disabled.
Disabled.
At the moment.
He's handicapped.
There you go.
Actually, when you think about it, he's handicapped, and he's the president of the United States. He must have an unbelievable parking spot. When you think about it, that guy, right? He's got to be.
It's a short walk.
Yeah, it's very close to the building. But, when you have to, they made me screen my jokes with the Secret Service. You know those guys?
Yeah.
And so I had to give my jokes to Secret Service, and they were reading them, and they don't laugh. Those guys, they're not big laughers.
They didn't.
They're not risible. A guy told me that word. You know what that means?
I don't know who you are tonight. I don't know what that word is.
No, that word means, that's something for you to learn there. That word means easy to make laugh. Risible. Risible. Easy to make laugh.
Good, yeah. Okay, we wish we had some risible people in here tonight. Oh, yeah?
So
let's pack the audience with some risible people.
No, I don't blame them.
No, not at all. Why should you blame them?
So, no, they're good. They're good people.
They should have just gone crazy at crack whore.
But I'll tell you this about the Secret Service.
They have to learn a lot and come back.
I'll tell you this about the Secret Service.
Yes.
I admire them because they have a tough job. Their job is to get shot. That's their job, getting shot in the belly.
Well, no, I think their job is, maybe that's a byproduct of their job.
No, that's their job.
Oh, really?
Yeah, their job's not just to hang around, listening in their ear things.
Uh-huh.
Nobody cares about that. The president, if anybody wants to shoot him, he says to the guys, he goes, listen, instead of them shooting me, do you mind if they shoot you in the belly?
You think he talks to him like that? They have a little huddle before he goes somewhere?
Yeah.
And
man, I'm telling you, man, but it's scary because when I did my talk, they told me about the podium is like bulletproof and everything. The president has before he goes into a room, they bring a bunch of dogs in to sniff out guns, and it's like if I was the president, holy God, I'd be scared the whole time.
Really? Well, no, he's well protected.
No, but still, everybody wants to kill you. I mean, not everybody. Most people like you. You're the president.
Right.
But a lot of guys want to kill you.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Oh, believe me, I was there.
And did you meet anybody, any heroes of yours? You meet any big celebrities?
Yeah, I met Larry Flint. He's not my hero, but he's a guy. He's a famous guy.
Sure, he's famous. He's well known.
Yeah, I enjoy meeting famous guys,
Sure.
And he came out, he's in a wheelchair, and he talks like this. He goes, but he was, it's not his fault. It's not his fault.
No, I know.
He was shot. So he said, because I was in the movie The People Against Larry Flint.
Versus Larry. You were in the movie.
So that's why I'm getting ads for.
I was one of the people that was versus
for this thing.
Okay.
So I said to him, he said to me, hey.
I was wondering what the hell this thing up here was and why it was. Okay, now that makes sense.
No, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. No, but this is what he said to me, Conan. He goes, when you're in Los Angeles, I told him I was coming to Los Angeles. He goes, when you're in Los Angeles, he goes, look me up. He goes, I'll take care of you.
When other people say that, you think, that means nothing, but coming from him.
Like if my Uncle Phil told me that from Minneapolis, I'd think if he went, hey, I'll take care of you when you come to Minneapolis, that means, I'll make you a nice chicken pot pie. But Larry Flint, that means, I'll get you a couple of hot, dirty broads, and then while you're having sex, then I'll come into my wheelchair. Who knows what it means?
Okay. Saturday Night Live, season finale. I should tell them about this.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Jeff Goldblum, who you know as the... My God almighty. Someone shot a gun.
Nobody shot a gun. It was the guitar feeding back.
The guitar?
Yeah. You're obsessed.
I don't know.
It was the guitar feeding back.
So Jeff Goldblum, the Fly, he's going to be there?
Yeah. He's many other stuff.
No, also the dinosaur. Let's keep going. Come on, hurry up.
And then Vogue. We gotta go. I'm gonna throw up. Norm McDonald, everybody. Other people are coming up.
Let's see. Norm Macdonald hates Barbara Walters. Let's see what this is.
You know what I'm going to do tomorrow? I'm going to watch the fucking View.
The View?
That's what I'm going to do.
How dare you? How dare
That's
you?
where I'm going to get my humor from.
You told me you didn't like The View.
But I'm watching it tomorrow.
You told me you didn't like it.
I never told you that.
Oh, you like
I
it?
told you they're my favorite of all time.
What's your dream view?
You mean the show, The View?
Yeah.
The
Who would
guests?
you, what 4 or 5 ladies would you want on there?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Susan Yagler. That's your wife. You didn't even recognize her name. It's your betrothed.
Betrothed. No, I recognize the name.
No, I would like to see. Who do I like on that show?
That's good coffee.
I'm a fan of The View because Sherry Shepherd is a good friend of mine.
Sure.
And I've been on The View a lot, which is weird.
Yeah.
Because I'm on The View. Daphne Aguilera was on The View.
Oh, really?
Did Daphne Aguilera, he didn't rub your cock on my...
Okay, come on. This is what we're trying to get away from.
Sorry.
And by the way, every time I'm on The View, Barbara Walters will not be on The View.
Is that right?
Yeah, she won't be on it with me. And it has to be the pre-taped one.
Filthy old bag.
That's 4 or
Barbara
5
Walters
sidekicks.
I don't like her.
Why not?
Barbara Walters?
Yeah.
Because they're like, she's retiring. She did everything for journalism. To me, she was horrible. She just started this whole celebrity journalism thing.
Yeah, but she had the Barbara Walters hour.
What was that?
Before the Oscars, she would interview.
Oh, yeah. The 10 most fascinating people. And Barbara Walters never listens to me. I have to talk to Sherry Shepherd. Fortunately, we share views on dinosaurs. But I can never get that lady, the old lady. How do you have a person on a show that believes the Earth is flat and men lived with dinosaurs, and you keep them on the show?
But
come on.
Oh well, that I agree. You know what I say? Someone goes. My brother once said, "Well, you have to have the opposing view. Like if I had a show, would I have someone on the panel that had the opposing view?" I go, "No. You fucking bring it in on a satellite and you talk to them for 3 minutes, and then you fucking
ignore it. They're losing a couple people from the View, though. I think they're losing Elizabeth Hasselbeck and Joy Behar.
No, Elizabeth Hasselbeck. There was a rumor.
Oh, there was just a rumor.
Yeah. That was.
Thank God.
That was urban legend.
You check
Wait,
Snopes on that?
I forgot Liz Hasselbeck was on the.
Wait
Well,
till
I can read them.
You can read them.
Oh, I saw one in the bathroom too. I went to use the bathroom.
Oh, I
and
threw
there were-
some. I threw some in the garbage.
In the
Don't tell
garbage
people that.
That you threw all the racist ones. The one I remember was The View.
Wait! I don't want to do View jokes because if you start a battle with Joy Behar, you're not going to win. No, you'll win easily. But read this one. read this one. Read this too. It should remind you you're like drunk aunt, like Joy Behar. Joy Behar reminds me of an older person in my family that's funny around the table.
They're virtually what she is. Yeah.
You know how old Joy Behar is?
Well, I don't think she wants you to tell everybody.
It's in her Wikipedia.
Oh, she's, I think, a lot older than
70.
I thought. Yeah.
That sounds,
she looks great.
That sounds about right to me.
70?
No, I didn't think of her 70.
Jesus Christ almighty. When did she break? 50?
I like her.
I like her too. She reminds me of like your old aunt or something.
Yeah.
With her funny opinions. You know what I mean? The View is a bunch of fucking, what kind of henhouse horse shit is that?
I like The View.
You probably are afraid of Joy Behar, aren't you?
Who wouldn't be?
She's a little bit of a firecracker.
Terrifying.
She's funny.
Yeah. She reminds me of like your aunt that tells jokes at the fucking Thanksgiving.
I'm going to go get that joke because
my God.
the way they wrote it was pretty funny. Barbara Walters
announced that she's retiring from The View. Well, actually, she announced it 5 years ago, but no one could hear her over those yammering bitches. See?
Amazing that worked after that giant building.
And Barbara Walters is never leaving. She's 83 and she had chicken pox. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you love to see her chicken pox?
No.
No? At 83 at night in the negligee coming out of the bathroom?
Wouldn't you get shingles then?
No. If you get chicken pox, you can get shingles.
Yeah.
But she hasn't gotten them yet.
Yeah.
What a group that is.
Oh, yeah. I heard she got cut. Hey, Barbara Walters is retiring.
I can understand why Barbara Walters is retiring. It must be exhausting occasionally appearing on The View.
Right? We're fucking going on the road doing all kinds of shit.
Yeah,
doing her shit acts. Not you. Your act's good.
It's pretty shitty.
But she gets to sit there
and just fucking talk.
Yeah, just yap.
The fuck?
You ever been on that show?
I've been on it so many times.
Barbara Walters is planning to announce her retirement. What's next for Babs? Death.
The old Norm Macdonald is back.
For like Letterman or something like that, it's real hard. You have to be really on the top of your game, as you know.
Right,
know,
yeah.
He's real funny. But The View, it's not that tough, to keep up with.
Right, sure.
Star Jones or whatever they are. So
Barbara Walters there, though.
Yeah,
she's tough to keep up with, right? I don't know what that means.
So I'm like, I'll be fine. That's what I kept telling the guy. So the guy's like, but that's their job, So this guy would always have ideas. He would phone me with ideas. He'd go,
This goes on for weeks before the appearance, right?
Weeks.
It's almost like it becomes like work.
It is. Talking to that guy is harder than talking to the host,
Yeah.
And he's excited, and it's his job, so I don't want to. So he'd be like, what if he came out in a red wig? I'm like, what the fuck? Why would I do that, right? He's like, the gals have been teasing Barbara about, tinging her hair. I'm like, no, it'll look like my idea, and then I got a red wig on, and,
Right,
I
yeah.
have to take
You
it
don't
off.
want to take part in their
So,
silliness.
it's just over and over, every time. And he goes, well, do you have anything? I go, no, I can't think, but I'll think of something, So he says, anyways, one of the ones he finds me, he goes, I'll tell you what you do, man. He goes, you come out. He goes, you're talking to the gals, and all of a sudden, your cell phone rings, right? He goes, it's in the middle of the show. Like, he's really excited, right? He goes, you answer the cell phone. You go, excuse me, ladies. He goes, we're not going to tell them about it. And the cell phone rings. He goes, excuse me, ladies. It's your agent, Morty. You know he had this name?
Right. Yeah.
He goes, so you're like, Morty, you can't call me here. I'm on The View. I'm on TV.
Right.
What do you mean you have an offer for me? And I had this crazy Jewish accent in the story. What do you mean? I can't do it. I'm on The View. So I'm like, yeah. I didn't want to, you don't want to hurt people's feelings, So I'm like, no, that one's, it sounds pretty good, but maybe I'll think of something else,
Right.
He was so excited.
Yeah.
So anyways, this is getting to be a long story.
No, it's fine. We can actually stay on the air as long as we want.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I get there. So anyways, I'm really late, right? Because I had a big hand at this poker game.
Right.
So
you show up right before you gotta go on the air.
Show up. So I'm going. I go. I got the story about Bill Cosby. I'll do that. I know how to do that story. I did it before on Letterman, and it'll be fine. So I go in and I tell the guy, listen, man, I do this story about Letterman. So I walk out. Now unbeknownst to me, as I was walking out, this guy had muttered something. I hadn't slept for like 3 days. And it's just the phone call, So I go, oh, yeah. I didn't know what he was talking about, but he had slipped like a cell phone. He put a cell phone in my pocket.
Oh.
So anyways, I got out there. And then...
He'd slipped a cell phone in your pocket.
Yeah, thinking I was in for this gag, right?
And it's all set to ring.
You
forgot about it.
I forgot about
it. So, and all hell breaks loose,
obviously.
So
I go out to the...
Whiskey, what's going on, man?
Same old shit, bud. What's happening?
Just watching Norm clips here, bud, and I guess the gamma is also here finally.
Been here. I just didn't want to interrupt. What's up, Sammy? What's up, Whiskey? Chat, everybody. How we doing?
We're doing okay.
Oh, I see we're catching up on some Norm clips.
I didn't even know he was sick.
Dead? I didn't even know he was sick.
How meta is that? That literally nobody knew he was sick.
Well, to be honest with you, I think he's been sowing that shit for years now because he's had cancer for 9 years.
Yeah,
He's done a ton of cancer jokes and death jokes, and I think he did all of that on purpose.
yeah. I
imagine him writing that joke about thinking about himself after he dies, and like people finding out about it. You know.
That's literally that's literally why I named the show the way it's named. But geez, you have any favorite Norm bits or anything like that specifically? I've been watching them all week this week.
Yeah, and the funny thing is Norm clips were like in regular like weekly rotation of kind of mindless shit that I would scroll through. I'm not Norm channel.
Yeah,
uploading shit. I mean, I don't know. To pull a favorite bit, I don't know, but I think my favorite property that he's in, like my favorite Norm presence, is Mike Tyson Mysteries, where he is the pigeon. That character is so fucking funny. I don't know if you're familiar, but it is. He makes the show.
Okay, what? Yeah, what? Let me look that up. Mike Tyson.
Yeah, just do best of pigeon. Mike Tyson Mysteries. There's a bunch of them.
Apex.
But, yeah,
I don't know if we're all coming
sir.
through all fucked up or not, but you're bad.
Oh no. Hold on.
You're a little better now, but
now you're okay. Yeah, you were just getting weird there for a second. I don't know if you got some bad bandwidth there for a second or what, but it did clear up.
And what about you, Mr. Whiskey? You're actually Mr. Whiskey is actually a funny guy. In my opinion, he doesn't really think he's funny, but he is.
I got my moments, but yeah, it mostly is just me being fucking normal, and everybody just laughs at me.
Being retarded by nature is funny. But I think Sammy was getting at, do you have like a favorite Norm bit or stand-up special or anything like that?
I think he was in Billy Madison, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he was.
Oh yeah, that's right.
There you go. Best of Pigeon Mike Tyson. Yep, just start with that one. That's fine. They're, several minutes long. This is good.
Hey guys, every one of them has a message from someone that needs help solving a mystery.
Maybe before we take on the next mystery, we solve the mystery of figuring out how to turn me back into a human being. I mean, I have an actual interest in solving that mystery, unlike every other one.
You deserve to be turned into a pigeon by your wife because you're disgusting.
Ex-wife, and you don't know anything about relationships, you little homeschooled weirdo.
Well, I think the most obvious mystery to solve is who is my mother and why did she leave me on Mike Tyson's doorstep when I was a baby?
Probably because she didn't want you. There, mystery solved.
You're an asshole.
You're an asshole.
She's not an asshole, and that's not how you talk around a young lady.
Why are you still here? You got what you wanted. He's no fun. He doesn't party. He doesn't beat up random people. You basically turned him into you, except he's not a closeted homosexual.
You know what? F*** you.
That's it, team. Now we're all on the same page.
Here's an interesting fact. Although many people pronounce it Pulitzer, the correct pronunciation is actually Pulitzer.
Oh, my God.
What?
She looks exactly like my ex-wife. Oh, God. Sandra.
Someone. Oh! Oh, pigeon!
So, would you say the Pulitzer melted in the fire, or would you say the Pulitzer melted in the fire?
Oh,
I'm looking
God.
for one good sex scene to jack off
Yeah,
to
you know
before
what?
I go
Pause
to
it real
sleep, but
quick.
it's nothing but cowboy.
Yeah.
I was gonna say these are good. You know what? This is good, but season one of most shows, when they're figuring characters out and shit. This is so tame for Pigeon, but you can go ahead and continue.
Why have I never heard of this show? This seems like it's genius.
It's funny as shit. It's not. I wouldn't say it's genius, but Norm literally makes the show.
Okay.
And it's obviously it's Mike Tyson too, playing Mike Tyson, but it's just Scooby Doo with. Yeah, it's just it's funny though. It is definitely funny.
Mike Tyson just being Mike Tyson in and of itself is hilarious.
And he plays like he's like a retard too. he's very stupid in the show.
Well, I mean, again, that's Mike Tyson being Mike Tyson in real life. Yes, I did just call Mike Tyson retarded.
It's fine. So did I.
God, I love a bidet. A little powerful for someone of my stature, but you can't argue with the results. I mean, look at that asshole. You could eat dinner off it. Hey there. Ooh, nice bush.
Ah!
Hey, Meg, when you're on your period...
Oh, my God.
You don't even know what I'm going to ask. Meg, when you're on your period, do you still like to get... Huh?
I did know what you were going to ask.
Starting to notice the girls, huh? Let me ask you something. You jacking off yet? Because if you are, it's weird. Nobody does it. You're the only one.
What?
Ooh, nice bush.
Ah! Huh. I wonder why no one will come in or shop.
Well, in our shop, all right.
What does that even mean?
It means I'll ejaculate all over a dirty little shop. Yeah, that's right. Sorry it took so long, Asian driver.
A dirty little shop.
Oh my God! You killed him!
He scared the shit out of me.
Where did you get that gun?
My pocket. Oh man. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, okay. The cops are gonna be here soon. Here's what we're gonna do. We gotta chop up his body. See, we need garbage bags. We need a saw, not an axe. We need an axe. We need a bleach, load of bleach, because we gotta clean up all his blood. Run!
Where'd he go?
Wait!
Why won't you die?
Because I must already be dead.
Ooh, nice bush.
Ah!
This is delicious and huge. I can't even get my mouth around it.
Yeah, well, you've had bigger things in that mouth.
What does that even mean?
Means you have big in your mouth.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
It really is. Oh,
No, that's not.
Get your hands off me.
Oh dear Lord.
If you don't want somebody to masturbate by the pool, then you put a sign up that says don't masturbate by the pool.
Come on, guys. I'm fighting tonight.
He's gonna fight. I love you. Come on, Tyson's gonna fight. I can't do it. I don't know how to go up.
Yeah, you just know how to go down, right?
What are you even talking
You
about?
get down on your knees. Man,
What is wrong with you?
Ooh, nice bush.
Ah!
Oh, young. Let's get you out of this horrible thing. Oh, here, take this.
Well.
Now I don't know who to jack off to.
Dear Mike Tyson. Oh, do you want to read it?
Why would I want to read it?
Well, because you never get to read them.
Get to read them? Like it's a big... I don't give a shit about any of this.
So you just want me to read it?
I don't care if you shove it up your ass.
Well, that's a lovely thing to say to a young woman.
Well, on the bright side, I bet her has gotten real big, huh?
Pigeon!
What? It's a compliment. I like a hairy... You say don't talk unless I have something nice to say. Here, I say something nice, and you don't like that either. Fine, I'll just sit here and say nothing.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying talk if you have something relevant to say about this woman's condition.
Okay. I think they should pull the plug and get on with their lives.
Oh, my God, Pigeon!
What? Oh, my God. I cannot win with you people. It's like a bad dream. Ooh, nice bush.
This is his room. Yo, Mountain Lion, it's Snoop. I'm coming in. Oh.
Ew. You guys, what is going on?
Mountain Lion ate Chin.
Shame, noble creature. But once they get a taste for human flesh, you gotta put them down.
Okay, I'm sorry, this is crazy. Lose my number, bitches!
Hey, were you scared?
When the tree came to life?
Oh, no, earlier. When Mike almost beat the shit out of you. I mean, that was crazy. You know, he could f***ing kill you. He could kill all of us. I think sometimes we forget that that's Mike Tyson.
Hey, let's pick up the motherfucking pace back there.
Okay, moving on.
Sorry, Michael.
Moving on. Whoa.
Oh, hi, I'm Cassie.
Well, charmed, I'm sure. I'm Richard. Since this is obviously some sort of erotic dream, why don't you go ahead and slip off those little shorts of yours?
Young didn't tell me she had a pet bird. You're so cute. I'm an animal lover.
Yeah? Well, you're about to be an animal see?
Oh, hey, Cassie.
Young, get out of my dream. You're ruining it.
I just met your little bird.
Yeah? Well, big where it counts, honey. In my drawers, sister.
Come inside.
I'll come inside. Ooh, nice bush. Oh, my God.
What?
She looks exactly like my ex-wife. Oh, God. Sandra.
Someone, pigeon!
So, would you say the Pulitzer melted in the fire? Or would you say the Pulitzer melted in the fire?
All right, we're repeating now. Lots.
Okay, I know what we can do. But
so
they use that stupid transition scene. Nice bush for like between every scene, and that does get fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
you guys get the idea.
Yeah, so no,
it's Norm playing a fucking just. You know, Norm was known for being like old. He talked old timey, calling people, old hound dogs and
Horrors.
Dastardly and stuff like that. So, and you heard him cuss and shit, but in this show, he just says just the most raunchy, awful, awesome, and hilarious things. It's like Norm without. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Norm playing a fucking character, where he can let loose. It's pretty funny.
I heard a story.
Watch it if you haven't.
I heard a story the other day that I guess Norm was interviewing Todd Glass, the comedian, and he said something like, "Well, Todd, that's kind of a gay name." And then, as it turns out later, Todd Glass actually came out as gay, as being gay. So, I don't know. That just kind of seemed funny to me in a way.
Say that again. You broke up for me. I didn't hear what you said.
I said a couple of years ago, Norm was interviewing Todd Glass, the comedian, and he said that Todd kind of sounds like a gay name, and apparently Todd Glass actually like a year or two after that, he came out as being gay. So
nice.
Yeah.
Norm had that bit for the last few years where he would call himself a deeply closeted gay man. And then when Conan or somebody would be like, "Wait, what? You're gay?" He's like, "What? No, I'm not fucking gay." Like, do you know what closeted means? It means like you don't, acknowledge it. You're like, okay, yeah. He's like, well, I'm a deeply closeted gay man. It's like, what? What? Like, yeah, it was like being closeted means they'll never admit to being gay.
Yeah.
Right? And Conan's like, yeah. He's like, well, I'm a deeply closeted gay man. I'll never admit to being gay because I'm not gay. It's like, what the fuck are you saying, man? He's so funny, man.
He just the fact that he would shit on the View all the time too is absolutely.
Bro, he did like fucking 6 OJ jokes a week. Don Ohlmeyer, who was good friends with OJ, told him not. I mean, he did them you know what I mean? He was the personification of don't give a fuck comedian. Like, there's a lot of people that pretend to, or, act like they don't. But Norm really didn't. A Storm of Wrenches in the chat earlier said it perfectly, that he had more planned bombings than most air forces on the fucking planet. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
he went out there on purpose to tell shitty jokes and piss people off. But I was listening to a little snippet of, because that's the other thing that's kind of bothering me. My YouTube channel my feed is flooded with channels I've never heard of, all with the same or similar titles of like Norm's last video. The grifters are coming out basically, putting videos together. It's like, it's not his life. He made that video months ago, or like it's an interview from months ago or whatever.
Apex.
But,
yeah.
Apex. Jump out and jump back in.
Okay.
Sammy, your show's on fire. Let's make this a little more interesting.
No, it actually we've got 5 people in there right now. We might have a guest who actually knew Norm a little later on, but I don't want to preemptively promise anything.
So now, fellas, am I good?
It
better.
That's way better.
Okay. Anyway, the abridged version of what I was getting at was, I feel like the people that love Norm have loved him for a long time, but I think he's only gonna be, like, he's only gonna get bigger now. You know what I mean? It's like a Jim Morrison type of, you know what I mean? Like, he's gonna be a rock star in the world of all things funny. You know what I mean? He's gonna be he was very much one of a kind.
Well, well, there are just so many bits too that Norm did that, like, only he. It's not so much that he could do them. It's that only he could get away with doing them now.
Yeah, and yeah. Well, and I mean, the thing is, he just never gave a fuck. That's why he got away with everything he got away with. You listen to some of these, talk show hosts and people that.
No. Oh, that was weird. Discord crashed on me and then reopened.
They're watching. Yeah, I don't remember what I was saying now.
You were saying that Norm had, like, all these bits that only he could do.
Oh, no, that's what you said, but I was trying to counter that. I can't remember what I was saying. Oh, that he just really didn't give a fuck. Right. What people are saying about him is that he broke all the rules, of comedy a lot of the times, and he would still be funny. Like the who was it? The Full House guy. What's
Oh,
his name? The dad.
Saget.
Oh yeah, Bob Saget. The roast of Bob Saget on Comedy Central. The last interview that Norm did for, I think it was for his book. He was talking about that and how the producers wanted him to be just really dirty, like they wanted him to go all out. And he's like, "Well, Bob's my friend. I don't want to do that." So he literally took jokes from like an old 1930s or some fucking old joke book and repurposed them for this. Like he's like, Bob, sometimes has something on his mind. It's when he's wearing a hat. That type of joke for fucking 10, 15 minutes or whatever. The audience, nobody was laughing, but the comedians were laughing because they knew what he was doing. And that's what I mean is like, I feel like the general public's going to catch up to what the comedic, the comedy sphere, I guess you call it, assuming you're allowed to be funny in the near future and it's not a death penalty.
Well, yeah. That's the other thing. We're getting pretty close to that. We're not there yet, but who knows with the way things are going. I'm just amazed at how much Norm there is out there. I mean, obviously he's well known for his OJ bits and whatnot, but there's so much out there that we that we can't even fit into like a 2 or 3 hour show.
Yeah. Well, the title of the stream, that joke, like we discussed earlier, was prescient, very meta, and I think was on purpose. I think he did it.
Yeah.
Normally. But also, I don't know if you've come across it was from one of his stand-up specials, I think, more recently. And I think it was during COVID. The one, I don't know. I can't remember when it's from, but he talks about cancer specifically. And he's like, people always talk about, so-and-so losing a battle with cancer. He's like, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure if you die, the cancer dies with you. That's not a loss. That's a tie.
Oh yeah,
he tied cancer. Yeah, that's fucking. He had cancer at that point, so he had to have been thinking about himself. You know what I mean? Making himself the joke, and that is. I don't know, man. I think he's not alone in that regard, but he's a great, and I think we'll only be greater with time. I think is kind of what I was getting at earlier.
Let me see if I can actually get that. I've got that bit pulled up here. It's the bit he did about teachers too. Did you see? I tweeted that one out the other day too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a good one too.
That one.
You don't have the flu? You weren't feeling it? I heard you were a little under the weather. Had a cold
I was a little bit sick, I went to the doctor. I was going to the doctor, because I'm
when
worried.
You're sick, you go to the doctor?
2020,
even when I'm
this
not,
compilation here.
Yeah, that's
right.
Even when I'm not, I'm worried.
Yeah. So this is from what?
Yeah, so it's not even since Norm has died. It's well over a year ago that this compilation came out. So
maybe today I'll get like bowel cancer or something. I get concerned. No. I swear, that might sound weird, but there actually is no such thing. I checked in the medical dictionary. So,
but when I'm on stage, I just feel alone. I think that's why. And I don't look at anyone. And, you know,
exactly.
So, and I'm in complete control.
Yeah.
I just feel like I'm talking to myself.
So that's not scary being a stand-up for you.
No. You know what? I think like people's fear, like they always go like, number one fear, public speaking.
Right.
To me, it would be bowel cancer or something. Like I sometimes.
That's good.
Dude, my uncle Bert, he's my great uncle, but we call him Uncle.
That was the I forget what it was called, but that was when he was doing the podcast before it went on to Comedy Central.
Yeah.
So again, starting from 2012, conservatively, Norm has been quote unquote battling cancer. So he's known he had cancer since then. So that little thing he just did, he had cancer and he knew it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, I was thinking about that too. Like, how many little subtle hints did he drop about that too? You know, I don't
even know if it's hints so much as it is like it's a way for us to retrace steps and be like, holy shit, like they were funny anyway.
Yeah.
But knowing, you know, in retrospect, some of this shit, yeah, that's why I think, you know, his light's gonna shine brighter.
Oh yeah.
He got bowel cancer now. He's dying of it, you know. And or like some people like to say, now they see in the old days a man could just get sick and die, you know. Now they have to wage a battle. So my Uncle Bert is waging a courageous battle, which I've seen because I go and visit him, and this is the battle. He's lying in a hospital bed with a thing in his arm watching Matlock on the TV. Instead of that battle, I got him the box set of Matlock. But it's not his fault. What the f*** is he supposed to do? I gotcha. It's just a black thing in his bowel. And the reason I don't like it is because in the old days they go, hey, that old man died. Now they go, hey, he lost his battle. That's no way to end your life, you know. What a loser that guy was. Last thing he did was lose. He was waging a brave battle, but at the end, I guess he got kind of cowardly was what happened. And then the bowel cancer, it got brave. You got to give it to the bowel cancer. You know, they were in a battle, and then what the And I'm pretty sure, I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure if the cancer dies, I mean, if you die, the cancer also dies at exactly the same time. So that, to me, is not a loss, that's a draw. That's a, you know what I mean? It's not like,
hell yeah, dude.
The cancer's going to jump up and go, Uncle Bert's wife. Where is he? I won fair and square. This where he works?
This specific bit also made me crack up because I know someone who actually has cancer. A lot less severe, obviously, but I was talking out this very thing with this person, and it's, you know, there is truth in comedy, so to speak, and
of course,
you know, that is kind of true.
Things are the truest. The funniest things tend to be the most true things in my experience.
But yeah,
they're often extremely uncomfortable too.
It's yeah, the whole idea of a battle with you know, of a battle with cancer, it gets overplayed a bit sometimes. But
yeah. I think he has a heroes bit too.
Yeah.
Something about heroes, I can't
Yeah, I think the
This made me think of that.
I think the heroes that is with the school teacher too. Let me see if I can.
Oh, it is. It is. Yeah, dude. Did you not play? Did you play that one yet?
No, I played the first. I played the first clip I ever subbed
Bob
on.
Saget roast. Yeah, what are you going to the Bob Saget roast for? Talking about school teachers. Teachers. There you go.
Funny. I actually had to type this one out completely.
Right.
Okay, Norm.
If I could say one thing about the real heroes of the country, which I believe are the teachers, you know. I don't believe they're the real heroes. I misspoke again. I think the real heroes are the real heroes. Teachers, they get good press though, because people often say to me, you know who the real heroes are? I go, are they the real heroes? They go, no. I go, oh, they're the teachers. It's counterintuitive that it doesn't seem like a heroic job, but yes. First of all, if you're a teacher, you get the same fucking vacations as a child. Like 4 months a year off.
Great point.
My vacation, I get almost no time off. Over 48 weeks a year. Like 4 weeks a year I get off. What about you? You're not one of those fucking teachers, right? You seem like a teacher. Now, are you a teacher? What do you teach? What grade? What grade? What grade? No, but what grade? Not so easy when it's the other way around. It's always easy to ask the questions. The real heroes are the fucking students. I actually have to answer the question. Now, what grade do you teach? 9 through 12. So you need a grade 13 education.
That had to be my favorite line. I'll tell you, the real heroes are the fucking students. Yeah, and I mean, I've
right.
And I mean, I've had teachers too in the past that were just like, you know, oh my god, I'm a teacher. I'm so awesome, and you know, teachers most of the time teachers are shit. I find.
I don't know, man. I've had some pretty badass teachers in my life, but they are vastly outnumbered by the teachers that suck. Yeah, for sure.
You're the real hero. No, you're the real hero. No, I'm just kidding. You're the real hero. Our husband said, you're not the real hero. Shut the fuck up. I know, it's a fun thing to say. But what do you do? What do you do for a living that your wife's the real hero? What? You know you're not the actual real hero, don't you? You look upset. Did you see how upset she is? So you actually feel you're the real hero? See, I think you've disqualified yourself a little. Because I believe real heroes don't think they are.
Yeah. There's also, within this clip, there's also a bit about priests here, which I found hilarious. This was also one of those clips where I don't know if you've ever had this happen to you, but I literally had to pull over the rate machine the other day.
Woo woo!
To keep myself from crashing and dying.
Oh.
Because
What were you listening to?
I was listening to this bit.
Okay.
A couple of days ago. It gets way better or way worse depending on how you look at this.
Because when you hear the real heroes, they go, how the fuck did you run into that fucking fire and pull a guy out? You're a hero. And they go, no, it's the teachers. Not me. I'm a little scared now. I gotta go lie down. Gotta pull the guy out of a fire. That's a good job. Come on. Everybody's shorter than you. Are you gonna work that? They have to do whatever the fuck you said. No, I'm sorry. What did you say? What? Oh.
For those who couldn't hear, the teacher called him a retard or something like, at least you've never.
Never call you she said I would never call you a retard, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
word for us.
What? Oh, yeah. What?
Right.
Let's play that again.
Right. Zoom analyze.
You? Are you gonna work that? They have to do whatever the fuck you said. No, I'm sorry. What did you say? What? Oh.
Yeah, so I would also never call you a retard.
Yeah.
I imagine he's doing some funny body language right now.
Yeah, I would love to see video of this just for yeah.
What did he say? You paused it right in the middle of what he said. Sorry.
Let's
right there. Whatever.
People that were teaching our young children bandying around words like retard. I'm just kidding. No, they do a lot of good. You know what I read, actually, that serious statistic? They actually fuck more students than... Talk to a hero. No, they actually fuck more students, if you can believe this, than priests. You know, priests.
Okay, name me someone else who could get away with that type of joke in this day and age. I can't think of anyone.
I mean, no, we don't have evidence of anybody else doing it, but just the way Norm does it is, again, other hecklers have been owned and will be owned. Just again, it's not the same.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Going around with a priest to the real hero. And your actual priests, who I know, I'm not a Catholic, but I know pastors, you know, and my God, they most of them that I know do the Lord's work. You know, I mean, they go out and they're in hospitals and stuff, and they're doing stuff, and for no money, you know, and no recognition, and it's got to kill them. Like going, yeah, people think fuck kids. Like if I was a priest, man, I just let it be known. Like I do a TV commercial. I go, hey, listen, I'm Father Norm here. Come on down to my church. I won't fuck your kid. I'll tell you that. That's the first thing I promise you. I'll tell you a little something about myself. I'm Father Norm, as I told you, and 20 years or so ago, I took a vow of chastity. Now, what that means is I cannot have sex with a lady, you know? Now, that's tough, because I like ladies, and especially the ones, you ever see those ones where they press their tits together, kind of, they got a little cleavage on, but they look kind of hoary, but it looks like they don't know they're whores? Anyway, that's my type. Everybody has their own type. The point is, I don't even fuck them, let alone a child, for God's sake. Why would I want to fuck a child? So anyways, go down to Father Norm's. I will not fuck your kid. And you can leave your big-titted whore wife at home. I don't need that fucking one hanging around asking me questions all the time. It's jumpy. You gotta admit, though, the guy that put that flag in the Iwo Jima, he's close. He didn't know that when he got there, the fucking spacecraft would crash or there'd be moon aliens or shit like that. I mean, I know he's not. I know it's not grade 11 biology, but I mean, it's something. It's something. Imagine any fucking other fucking job, you know, you go, hey, I'm the civil servant, I'm a hero, you know, you're fucking retarded, but a teacher, memorize this shit. Back tomorrow, and then you gotta tell it to me. Remember everything I say, and then you repeat it to me.
I wish the audio was
I got some problems for you.
The jokes were solid, but the audio was just terrible.
Well, it's just mixed in with the laughter and shit.
Yeah, I mean that was the key part of the. I think we got through like the vast majority of the funny stuff in this clip, and then I saw someone some random whore on Twitter was trying to Me Too Norm.
Oh yeah, no, I caught that. Somehow it ended up in my timeline on Twitter just a few hours after it was posted. The day that nigga died.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the day after. And then the proof that she posted was a picture with fucking Norm. Here's the proof that he shoved his hand down my pants. I took a picture with him. Stupid fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck that whole. Pretty sure she got ratioed, as the kids say nowadays.
Oh yeah, she got ratioed big time, and I think she actually blocked me. If I think she actually blocked me too. She she also, as most of these whores do, they block people when they when people start ratioing them.
They feel powerful. Anyway, I have to step away real quick, fellas. I'll be right back in about 45 seconds. Hopefully.
That's fine. Say hello to the Mexican for me. He might have missed that, but let me check in with the chat here real quick. Yeah, well, YouTube administrator isn't wrong here. He said Norm's cancer lost its life when he died, killed it by dying. Well, yeah, you're not wrong about that. Whiskey, are you trying to say something? Your thing's lighting up, but you're not. I'm not hearing anything from you. Yeah, let's see here now. Norm shitting on Bill Maher. Let's see here.
A comedian, what he should be doing is being funny. That should be his goal, to be funny. I feel some comedians, their goal is to be smart. And the funny is like a collateral thing. They want to be seen as smart. Your friend Bill Maher, for instance, he wants to be seen as an intellectual.
Dennis Miller.
But Letterman understands. He's smarter than both of them. He understands. Play the dumb guy. Play the everyman. Nobody likes a guy smarter than them. That's the worst guy you can be. A guy smarter than the audience. They're going to hate you.
Yeah, it's a very good observation.
Better to answer the question that's plagued mankind since the dawn of time. A nightclub comic. It only makes sense. Apparently, between Bill Maher's hanging out with whores and smoking weed, he's done a little amateur field journalizing. It's so clear, what the fuck? It's either nothing or something. So you go, there's only two things. You gotta look at the evidence, right? You go, what's the evidence that God exists? None. Well, that's not good. So then you go, hey, what's the evidence God does not exist? None. So it's equal. So then but then, one of them is for sure right. They're kind of fucked, because just a hazard of guess at that point. No evidence at all. So what I do is I try to look for, if I have two choices, I'll say, what do you got? When you die, you go out and you play a harp on a cloud. And goddamn, I was going to play a harp. What do you got? What happens when I die under your plan? Well, we put dirt on you. I don't like that sound. Hey, wait a second, I'm going to attack this guy. I want to ask you one other question I forgot to ask earlier. What else happens up there? Do I ever get to... somebody told me I meet somebody or something. You meet your loved ones. All my loved ones? Yeah, all of them. Wow, what about Barky, my dog? He's going to be there. My dog Barky when I was a little boy, Barky. My father said with a stupid name, Barky, called the dog Barky. He's going to be there? Hey, is Barky going to be there? No, just
Whiskey just bounced. Oh yeah, I guess he did.
All right, let's talk a little bit about China because, well, you are an expert. This is your book. As you can see, it looks like many of the menus that you get in restaurants.
I said it had to look like a Chinese menu.
It really does.
It
looks
must look like
exactly like a menu. But I know you know a lot about it, and I don't, but here's what I think.
Don't be silly. I heard you speaking Mandarin backstage.
Clinton just re-upped the most favored nation status, which some people have said we shouldn't do. They say we should break off relations with China because China, admittedly, has, you know, as bad a human rights record as Don King. I don't know. It's just bad. But yeah, China is a very isolationist country. Historically, they built a wall. I don't know if you know that. And if we the Berlin Wall. No. That's a different wall. That's in Egypt. And if we break off with them, I think they'll just say, well, the hell with you, and go on doing what they're doing anyway. I think the only way to bring them into the family of nations...
The ironic thing is that Bill Maher is actually right here. I never thought I would say...
Yeah.
I never thought I would say Bill Maher is right, but, you know, first time for everything. Who knows? I might actually walk... At this rate, I might as well walk one of these days.
And I know this is what the president says, but not just this president, many others, is to engage with them. Why is that wrong?
It's not wrong with we owe them. We already owe them so much money. We can't break off them. We have so many slave laborers and little kiddies earning 10 cents a day to make tennis shoes that we can't. That we owe them a ton of money.
What the fuck did he just say?
We can't break off.
Hold
on.
They're
not.
Wait,
in other words,
legit. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, no, I'm wondering the same thing. What? Okay.
Back that up about 30 seconds. Yeah. Hey, that's good. That's good.
And if we the Berlin Wall. No. That's a different wall. That's in Egypt. And if we break off with them, I think they'll just say, well, the hell with you, and go on doing what they're doing anyway. I think the only way to bring them into the family of nations, and I know this is what the president says, but not just this president, many others, is to engage with them. Why is that wrong?
It's not wrong with we owe them. We already owe them so much money. We can't break off them. We have so many slave laborers and little kiddies earning 10.
Wait. Did I?
We have so many slave laborers and little titties. Does he mean? Okay.
He must.
I mean, he says little. He says little titties. Go ahead, Sammy.
He must mean kitties, but I'm hearing little titties as well.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He must either that's a some sort of relief. Never mind, that wouldn't be a good secret word. Titties for kitties? No. Oh, that's horrible. But yeah, little titties.
That's a day to make
sweatshops.
Yeah.
Back that up one more time. About 10 seconds. Yeah, just one more time for the audience there. That's good. You're right about there.
What the president says, but not just this president, many others, is to engage with them. Why is that wrong?
It's not wrong with we owe them. We already owe them so much money. We can't break off them. We have so many slave laborers and little kiddies earning 10 cents a day to make tennis shoes that we can't. That we owe them a ton of money. We can't break off. I mean, they're not.
Of course,
in other
we
words,
can break off. Of course, we can break off. First of all, the president himself in 1992 attacked President Bush for calling
tennis shoes.
Actually,
many others
China
is to engage with them. Why is that wrong?
It's not wrong with we owe them. We already owe them so much money. We can't break off them. We have so many slave laborers and little kiddies earning 10 cents a day to make tennis shoes that we can't. That we owe them a ton of money. We can't break.
I know it's kitties, but I'm still hearing titties or something. Or something.
No, I'd absolutely hear titties.
Yeah.
I think he says titties.
Newsflash, folks. Titties are being used for slave labor in China, I guess.
I mean, they're not.
Of course
In other
we
words,
can break off. Of course we can break off. First of all, the president himself in 1992 attacked President Bush for coddling the butchers of Beijing. Do you remember that?
Well,
now
that
here
was
we
during
are.
a campaign.
He doesn't just want to extend most favored nation status permanently. He wants to toast them, celebrate them, honor them. I mean, can't we just trade with them? Do we have to respect them in the morning?
But the whole world is tough. The whole. I agree. I don't know why they're the most favored nation, but we do owe them a ton of money. The fact is that they make stuff for the whole world. Every Christmas decoration in the whole world is made in China. Forget Nikes, you know.
Well, that lets you know that the issue is money. Clearly, the issue has to be money. I was telling Ariana, I saw a documentary that really detailed the whole events in Tiananmen Square. I mean, and this was some really deep stuff. And if anyone saw that, you know, they would say, well, this is wrong. How can we support any regime, any government that supports this? It was like 2 weeks of Kent State, day and night. But when it's not like, clearly the issue is money.
You approved of Tiananmen Square, so did Al Haig.
Yeah,
Everyone's saying
it doesn't make it right.
No, it's not right. No, it's not right. I think it's despicable. I think it's an abomination. I think it's an abomination. I don't think we should give them the most favored nation. I agree with you.
But why not? Because if we break off, other people will trade with them, and they won't.
Everyone trades with them.
Isn't it hubris to think that we can change China any more than China could change us by making campaign contributions?
Do you know what's the percentage?
Yeah, Ghost Nicola heard kitties in the chat.
I could hear that. I could hear kitties. But you and all your fucking titty posting. Plus, tits are great. But
so I have gotten into your head now. Victory.
Well, listen, man. You said. Never mind.
I also realized that Norm's pigeon character might as well just be me if I were in.
If you were a pigeon,
yeah,
and in a cartoon,
yeah.
Well, we're bending. It's not just that we're not doing anything. We're bending over. The whole world is bending over for them and saying, do it to me. It's not.
On that note, Norm, stop.
But it's a fact. It is a fact. It is a fact. Because Clinton has a single-faceted policy, which is just trade, nothing else.
But also, do you know what percentage of our exports goes to China? Just 2%. So this is a big myth that somehow exports. Yes, the only 2%. That's not much. And on top of it, please explain to me why we don't give most favored nation status to Cuba, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, but we give it to China. It doesn't make any sense.
Because they got money. Cuba,
it's bucks.
Just like what about Saudi Arabia? They have human rights violations there, but they have oil. We don't even hear a peep out of that.
Well, that's where it's uneven. The policy is clearly uneven. And,
right.
I mean, you'd think that someone should come out and say this is what it is.
But what I find amusing is that no one knows. If people approve and say, Tiananmen Square, that's all right. But they don't know how many people got killed. They say, it's all right, might have killed a few. But no one, even Kissinger, brain that he is, doesn't know how many people got killed, but saying, it's okay. Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, they said, it's okay, you have to disperse the students. No one knows how many got killed.
Well, how many, Mr. Expert?
Well, I don't know. That's the whole point. If I knew.
I'll tell you why nobody knows, because people forget a very important thing. The Chinese are a lot smarter than us. So it's hard to criticize. But some things we excel at that they don't.
One thing they
excel at. I've never seen a Chinese guy in a porno. You know what I mean?
Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
I was on Politically Incorrect a couple of times, and fuck, man, you have to have an opinion about every goddamn thing on that show. So,
or you can just do a little homework and write some jokes.
Yeah, but sometimes I remember at the break, like Scott Carter going, enough with the jokes. But I'll never forget it. But I'm very unlearned, and so before the show, Scott came in, who was the
The producer,
Main
yeah,
guy,
he's been on the
producer.
show, yeah.
So he said, "What do you think about China and Taiwan?" And seriously, I only know those as words, you know. So I was like, I don't know anything. Like, can't I have another subject? So, anyways, then we get out because he goes because Bill believes this. I mean, anyways, when we get out, we're introducing the guy beside me, the smart guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
He wrote a book on China and Taiwan.
Right.
So fucking Bill Maher, he starts with me. He goes like, "What was it, China and Taiwan?" I go, I don't know. Fucking ask this guy. What do I know? I'm a nightclub comic. What? Like, that's what made me laugh at that show. Everyone's opinion's equal.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Like a nightclub comic and an expert. And then another thing I always found funny about that show is the comedians try to be very serious, and then the serious guys are trying to get jokes.
Yeah.
So it's like...
it's not always our shining moment.
I do like Bill, though.
No, Bill's great at what he does.
Yeah.
Like he started out a straight up joke dude, and he knows his
Omar,
shit.
the nigger guy.
It's pretty amazing.
You know what's funny about him? I don't
guy.
know.
Bill.
But, I mean, he's probably...
Speaking of Cumtown, did you hear their episode this week?
Yeah.
I haven't gotten all the way through it, but they go on this 20-minute jag about Adam and coffee shops or...
Oh yeah.
Something weird.
Very good heel. Adam is.
I do feel bad for I might be the only one who has sympathy for Adam.
You're definitely not. If you ever happen to venture into their subreddit, which I literally never have, but you know, Adam's. You know what? Adam is actually funny, but yeah, he's not very witty. He's not very sharp.
He is.
He's just Jewish. You know what I mean? He's just Jewish.
He is funny on Twitter. He is funny on Twitter though.
Right, because he can think for a second on the show. You know, when Nick and Stav are fucking, you know, going 1,000 miles a minute. Mostly Nick. Mostly Nick, but Stavi's just laughs at everything, and you know, is a little wittier when it comes to the bit brain. But Adam is definitely funny.
Stavi is just a human laugh track at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they both are. Like, they're both just fodder for Nick's like schizophrenia. Now that Norm's dead, Nick might be one of the funniest people alive. Just underappreciated and like unfocused.
Yeah,
he's just a fucking He's the Joker of comedy. He'd love that. He's fucking twisted.
He is.
Aware of it. When he does his monologue, have you noticed when he does his monologue, he does Johnny Carson?
No, yeah, definitely. He definitely models himself.
Bill Maher, the nigger guy, has to be one of the funniest bits they've done.
They literally opened the show with that. Like that's how Nick opened the show.
Yeah.
Didn't tell anybody. Bill Maher, the nigger guy. Bill Maher, the nigger guy. Good stuff.
I think that's been his style for a long.
Oh no! What?
I was just gonna say we can. I mean, there's still 5 minutes left in this clip or this video, but this is the Whitfield Report. We have been watching some Norm, which is great, and everyone, if you're not like profusely familiar with his work, then do yourself a favor and search some of the things you haven't already seen. But I feel like we should cover at least one current event. And if I may, as your co-host,
yes,
suggest we talk about Nicki Minaj.
Oh yes, I actually was going to bring that up. What are your thoughts on that? That is honestly one of the most. When I say bizarre, I don't mean like bizarre in a bad way, but like she. That's the most accidental red pill.
Pull up do your screen share and pull up, see if you can find that tweet so that the audience that are watching can see. And I'd be happy to dictate.
I think I've got it bookmarked on
I hope
Twitter.
so. I don't have Twitter on my computer, but yeah. So, and then just today, on top of the,
did she get banned from Twitter?
she got locked out. She got locked out for several hours. The first day that she started on, the whole thing. Let's see. Where the fuck is it? Maybe it wasn't today. Anyway, she was like, oh God, she she doxed some fucking, or she tried to dox a couple of journalists that were harassing her.
Shit! Yeah, I saw that.
And then it was 24 hours ago. It was one day ago. She says, "What's Pfizer's stock now? What's Pfizer's stock worth now?" Oh my God! What an amazing. Yeah, my take on it is. Nicki Minaj. There we go.
Oh my God! I forgot at this. Did you see that she
Yeah,
tweeted?
that's where it all started. And then Hassan Nabi, whatever the fuck that faggot's name is, commented under it. He's a white nationalist, right?
Yeah.
Click on that tweet. He might have deleted it? Is that what that deleted tweet is underneath it? For Hassanabi. Scroll down a little bit. Please tell me he'd fucking. Oh, there it is.
Oh yeah, it's
so click
here.
on that. So click on that, and then click on the quote tweets, and Nicki Minaj should be one of them.
Let me see here.
Oh God. Hopefully you don't have to scroll too far, but so yeah, Hassan is like, oh, that's a white nationalist, and she replied with something like, right, I can't look at, agree with, or
oh yeah, shit. I know exactly what you're. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna be scrolling forever probably because there's like 1,500 quote tweets. So, yeah. Anyway, my take on it is that Nicki Minaj has been a useful idiot for them, and she's acted as such. You know what I mean? So, there were no, checks in place for a character like her. They weren't expecting her to use her brain. She's flashy, she's whorish, she's all the whatever. They expected her to be drugged out and not paying any fucking attention. Whatever. So
well, that was the exact same thing with Rose McGowan for
and
years.
Rose is on board. Rose is on board with the Nicki train. And now, to be fair, Nicki Minaj is fucking disgusting. She's a disgusting person, but she has a lot of influence and a lot of ears.
Well, like I said, accidental red pill, and I mean that's how crazy this shit has gone too, though. And this has been my entire point with the whole thing. It's not even about the vaccine. It's about if someone even says, "Hold on, something doesn't smell right here," everyone flips the fuck out and calls you a conspiracy theorist or an anti-vaxxer now.
Let me see if I can. Flamenco, who I'm not really a fan of. did a pretty good. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it real quick. The wow. Okay. The Nicki Minaj simps went after Vaush. Because Vaush is another. I don't know if you're familiar with that fucking idiot, but he's a lefty influencer that advocates for, like the lowering of the age of consent and, simped for cuties and all that good stuff. Sort of stuff, I should say. Damn it, Flamenco, you fucking faggot. Oh, I can't find it, but anyway, the the rich communist streamer left are eating shit, and that's my favorite part about this, because, woman of color, famous pop star, Black Lives Matter activist, fucking blah, 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 all the things, short of, transgender. And she's like, hold up. Y'all niggas, y'all got me fucked up.
Oh shit, she's trolling Piers Morgan too.
Fuck yeah, dude. Madam, we met Madam, we met on AGT when you appeared as a guest act, but you refused to say hello to my 3 young sons because you were, quote, too busy. Oh, I guess the Piers, I know, we Brits' names all sound alike. I don't know. I'm sure that's what he sounds like.
You're actually not far off.
You all sound like they got something stuck up their fucking pee hole, right? Just right up their fucking pee hole. I don't know.
Sir, I've never met you. I know, we all look alike. Rudest little madam. I like it. As a special ring to... Okay, I can't... I was gonna try and do a black lady, but I don't think,
Now, y'all listen. Wait, what am I supposed to read? Where's it at?
Sir, I've never met you.
Okay, hold on. Sir, I ain't never met you. I know. We all look alike. Rudest little madam. Right? I like it. Has a special ring to it, you know what I'm saying? Thanks, Pierce. Love the accent. Oh man, I'm all over the place here. I'd love some chat. I'd love to come chat. Scones, tea, clown nose, and big red shoes for you? Let me know, babe.
Yeah, damn. And you know they're not gonna get rid of. Oh shit.
You bailed on me again.
You know they're not gonna be able to get rid of her either. That's the thing. Well, I mean,
no, they fucking killed Jeffrey fucking Epstein right in front of our faces. They failed, and then 3 months later they did it. So, I mean, Nicki Minaj, what was that oh God, I am ashamed of myself that I can't remember that journalist's name whose Mercedes-Benz exploded on the middle of the fucking some California freeway. That was just last text messages to loved ones was, I've got a big story coming out. If something happens to me, it's not suicide. It's not an accident. Who the fuck was that? Right on the tip of my tongue. Anyway.
Who was that?
Mercedes that just fucking blew up in the middle of the highway. Fuck. I don't know. It was a prominent, I think it was Rolling Stone. I think he worked for Rolling Stone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not saying they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna kill Nicki Minaj, but I definitely think that. I mean, kind of tying back to Norm.
Michael Hastings.
Oh.
Michael Hastings. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. That's Michael Hastings.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
And people forget there's been so much that happened. Good.
He was Michael Hastings. He was the one who. The other thing that's weird on him is he was friends with Chris Kyle, I think, the American
Yes, I believe that's true. Who also,
who also was
suicided himself or just magically caught on fire or something like that.
No, what happened with Chris Kyle was the story goes, and I'm using air quotes here, that Chris Kyle was at a shooting range, and the guy who he was shooting with had PTSD, and just happened to shoot him accidentally. The gun went off on accident, which, I mean, that could have happened, but
it's a Dick Cheney. That's a Dick Cheney story there.
But I mean, yeah. But I mean, come on, you're gonna tell me that a fucking Navy SEAL had a Dick Cheney moment,
right? Just a sloppy trigger finger out with his friends. I don't think so.
Yeah, but
I thought Chris Kyle burned to death in a cabin or some shit.
No,
dude, I'm getting it all mixed up.
No, that was Michael. No, but now that you're thinking of that was Michael Dormer, the
Michael Dormer,
the vigilante police, the vigilante.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, that's the cop who. That's the cop who went rogue and shit. Because he was outed a bunch of corrupt cops from his department, and he went on a Punisher style basically rampage, and then he ended up perishing in a log cabin fire somewhere, surrounded by state troopers and shit. So
interesting, man. We're in some wild ass times, and I mean, it's hard to zoom out, or it's difficult, at least for me, to zoom out, and I think it is for most people too, and realize just how far we are from where we were when we were kids. And I've got a decade on you, and even your generation, even kids that are fucking 10 years younger than you, I would imagine, their earliest memories compared to the world they're living in now.
Yeah.
It is only growing exponentially more different.
Even 5 years ago though, dude, I mean, pre-Trump, 5 years ago, the Alex Jones still had a YouTube channel at one point, and I only bring that up because people were Alex Jones might be a bit nuts, but he's Alex Jones. there wasn't like this whole big we must silence so and so.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
thing.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. The idea of well, fucking crazy ideas are, crazy ideas are crazy ideas. They always lose to the good ideas. But then this shift happened in the last 10 years where no. Like ideas can be so bad that we have to stop them because they're affecting lesser minded people than us here at the top making all the fucking decisions and the money anyway. Like, these people are starting to think for themselves. They're thinking all sorts of crazy things, like the earth is flat and maybe 6 million Jews didn't die in the Holocaust, and maybe Hitler was right. Or, crazy like that, just whatever, just some crazy thoughts. They're probably not right, but they're different from what the establishment as a whole and all of its fucking tentacles encompass. They're a lot weaker than they think they are. And go ahead.
The thing that like gets me too though is like people keep thinking that that we're living in the Matrix, and I know that that like Semper is one of those people, and I love Semper, but I would argue that instead of living in the Matrix, we're living in V for Vendetta, literally at this point. They have literally made a virus to control us, and to spread fear.
Well, maybe again, the origins of the virus not really up for debate for most people, and even for those that it is, what is becoming more and more clear is it's the stretching to the absolute limit of the idea that Eric Holder, I believe, said publicly that we should let no tragedy
go to waste.
Yeah, let no public crisis go to waste. That is an opportunity for us to do things quote unquote better. And it's always worded very artistically, usually anyway, short of Joe Biden.
That's I think that's actually Rahm Emanuel, who was Obama's chief.
It was Rahm Emanuel. Yeah, Rahm Emanuel. Right.
Who was
that was a Chicago fella.
Yeah. He was he was Obama's campaign manager, and then he was mayor of Chicago.
Piece of shit.
And it's funny because he he was talking about solving all these crises, but yet he never solved the fucking like 20 murders a day in Chicago or whatever they have there conservatively. You still don't hear about that.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Norm, is that you from the dead, or?
Right. Died? I didn't even know he was sick.
That is never gonna get old.
No, that's very good.
I also heard a rumor that I mean now these Norm rumors are coming out, and
what rumors?
Well, there's a rumor now that he banged Al McPherson, which
he did.
Yeah, which I mean I hope he did. And
Oh, dude, right, dude, right underneath your cursor is the tweet I was talking about.
Oh,
I didn't mean to cut you off, but you know he's a white nationalist, right? And Nikki replied, right. I can't, right. Excuse me, right? I can't speak to, agree with, even look at someone from a particular political party. People aren't human anymore. Damn. If you ain't black and a Democrat tells, I'm sorry, if you black and a Democrat tell you to shove marbles up your ass, you simply have to. If another party tells you to look out for that bus, stand there and get fucking hit. Nicki Minaj, Queen of the Alt-Right, 2021. Lauren Southern.
Oh my God! Yeah.
See, when all the grifters come out like that on both sides, that's when you know something is awry, something is amuck in the Matrix. Something is not supposed. This is not normal. Lauren Southern's coming out. Hasanabi, fucking Bausch, the media, the fucking legacy media, CNN and shit are doing stories about it. They're on both sides. It's like jockeying for position. Like who is this person for? Like what's going on here? That's how you know. Again, this is a glitch in the Matrix, which is why I just, like most things, just want to laugh at it. Like I try to find the funniest angle possible and laugh all to myself.
That's where I'm at too. If I also somehow Ashton Birdie got back on Twitter. I don't even follow her, but yet somehow she showed up in my timeline. Somehow, speaking of someone who I didn't know she was still alive, so I thought,
who's that?
Ashton Birdie.
Oh wow, yeah.
I thought Baked killed her or
yeah, and since we're talking about e-babes or not even e-girls, Faith Vickers has a Twitter account again. And Sammy, I'm sure you're not familiar with who that is, but that is the unfortunate mother of Ethan Ralph's first bastard child. There you go, Vickers, Vickers. I don't know if it's gonna be.
Faith Vickers.
I think one. I don't know. I don't know which one it is. But anyway, that's Ethan Ralph's baby mama that is doing all sorts of damage to him. That's definitely not her. Hold on, I'll find her. And I'll send it to you. Anyway, she just started another Twitter account, and her she's going hard at there. It's Faith Vickers 01, the 01.
Okay.
Yeah. Little four-eyed. Anyway, yeah, she's going at Ethan pretty hard. Served him some papers while he was in Vegas doing live streams. So that's fun. Just put a space in there. FAITH 01? It's a 01. Why are we doing this on a live stream? Not 1, it's 01. That's not it. There we go. Just, yeah.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
We're doing it live, folks. There you go. Yeah, Darby. There we go. That's Ethan Ralph's child's hand there that he's not met, has not given anything to. thus far, and has only shamed the mother of his child relentlessly. And God bless her for her tenacity. And you know what? For good fucking parents that stick by her. And we'll go through hell or high water for her. So I think that baby's in good hands. Faith was a troubled teenager when she met Ethan. And I believe there's evidence pointing to him kind of grooming her before she was 18. I'm not going to say that's a fact, but, kind of waiting in the wings for her to be legal. With his fucking hooves.
Gee.
Hooves. Then stole her away from her family, flew her out to wherever, fucking not Tennessee, but somewhere close. And there was a sex tape released, which is disgusting, by the way. And Ethan released that to Faith's ex-boyfriend because he was doing a stream saying Faith doesn't actually like Ethan Ralph. She's just trying to garner support for her charities. And Ethan, live, sent him a link. Said, pull this up, buddy. And it was a video of Ethan having sex with Faith Vickers, shoving his fucking pig hoof in her ass with actually a fan-drawn picture of the Killstream logo in the background, too. It's so disgustingly disgusting. So, yeah, this poor girl has been through a lot. And she's
September 17th, 2001. Geez, she is a fucking child.
She's a baby, dude. Ethan Ralph is older than me.
Well, to be fair, you're only 36. I don't consider that. Oh,
man, you're always wrong. I'm not even 35 till later this year.
Oh, jeez.
No, man. Jeez.
Where do I keep getting 36 from?
You've been saying 36 for the last 2 years we've been streaming. It's just your go-to. Apparently, that's what I sound like to you.
Anyway. but yeah, geez.
Yeah, so
yeah.
Faith Vickers, give her some love, and follow her for any breaking details in the Ethan Ralph legal stuff. But no, there's more in her life than that, so she doesn't deserve to be harassed any more than she has. But I can't stop you.
She does seem sweet, I will say that.
Yeah, no, she's a good girl. She seems like a good girl. She was troubled, like most teenagers are. Radicalized by some fucking fat faggot on the internet that paid for her to come out and got her drunk and stoned out of her mind. Drunk before she was legal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fed her the Killstream life. Got her all kinds of hopped up and fucked her on camera and then released that to the world and got her pregnant at the same time. And is now fucking some other broad. Actually, he's engaged to a pedo, a female that is a pedophile into lolly and that sort of thing.
Oh,
wow. Is this just going to be an Apex ASMR rambling about degenerate shit on the internet?
No, why?
Whoa.
Why?
Wow. I have not seen that Twitter page in over a year. You blocked me a long ass time ago.
Okay,
Both my accounts.
So here's what I want to know. Because even though I don't follow Ethan Ralph, I've seen him. If this guy, how the fuck is this guy verified? He kind of seems like a relative nobody.
Well,
on the
Well,
internet.
back when a a certain gate related to gamers popped up. He still has, but he did have a much more prominent self-owned news website called the retort.com. And I'm only self-bleeping because I don't want anybody to go there, give it any kind of traffic. But it is his first name, or his last name, I'm sorry. And yeah, he used to actually be a pseudo journalist. He actually wrote stories, articles about things, and he became popular through Gamer Boop. I dare not say it. I dare not say the name. And yeah, and from there the kill stream spawned, and he latched on to people like Mr. Mediker, and he had some good shows actually. Back in the day, when the internet blood sports was at its peak, that was entertainment, man.
Yeah.
Like if professional wrestling was real and you couldn't see anything, it was just people talking. That's what IBS was. People were doxing each other. They were saying, like, pulling up names that nobody should know. Like, it was horrifying and awesome to watch. But yeah, he was like at the forefront of that, and he's been riding that ever since.
Yeah,
pretty much.
It's weird because like I kind of caught the tail, I guess. Well, we caught kind of the tail end of that, I guess, with the fat faggot, you know. Everyone knows who I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah, not Bert Kreischer, by the way. The real, I'm talking about the actual fat faggot. Which
ooh, speaking of Bert Kreischer, can we talk about Porcelain's revival?
That is exactly why
Yes.
why I segued into that.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't. Did you catch that live? Because I was actually able to pop in for that, and it was.
No, I'm not on Patreon. I have no like, if people wanted to give me money on the internet, they couldn't. If I wanted to give someone money on the internet, I couldn't. I have no, unless it was like a direct from I don't have any means of I don't have a Patreon or a PayPal account, so I can't subscribe to Patreons.
No. No. This, I don't think this was on Patreon. This was just.
It was for like all of his documentaries, I believe, for 2 or 3 days on the Patreon before they are on YouTube. But no, I did not catch the premiere for sure.
Oh, because okay. Because I caught the YouTube premiere, but I didn't.
Ooh.
I didn't pay for anything. I think it was.
No, he probably premiered it on YouTube after it had expired on the, because I mean he doesn't ask for, I think it's $5 or whatever.
Yeah.
You get exclusive access for a couple of days before he probably does a premiere or something on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what happened. I caught the YouTube premiere, but
right. Okay. Go on.
But yeah, even I thought someone maybe sent me a secret link that they weren't supposed to, but never mind. That's what happened. Yeah, I caught the YouTube premiere. The thing that is there was a lot of stuff I knew, but there was also a lot of stuff I didn't know about Bert Kreischer either.
Same here.
And that's the thing about Porcelain's documentaries is like he covers so much ground. It's honestly amazing. Like, I didn't even know. I had no idea that Bert Kreischer was supposed to be in a movie with Mark Hamill, of all people.
Well, see, and that's why everyone loves Porcelain's documentaries, because they're like real documentaries, but with internet shit posting, like a shit posty overtone, but not too much. You know what I mean? Like it reminds me of something you'd see on TV 30 years ago. You know what I mean? Like the kind, or at least the kind of tone. Yeah. If you guys have not watched this, anybody in the chat, which there's 2 people, anyone listening to this, please go to youtube.com and type in Try Hard, a Bert Kreischer documentary. It's by Porcelain with an S, Porsalin. It's good. It's good, dude.
Yeah.
Like you watch, it's an hour and 16 minutes, almost an hour and 17 minutes long, but the whole time, as long as of course you don't have anything to do, or you're not in the middle of something, if you're sitting down to watch something for an hour, it is very easy to watch and entertaining and informative, dude. Like you said, there's a ton of shit that I didn't know about Bert, because I don't give a fuck about that fat retard. But I've never cared about him prior to this documentary.
They
good.
I mean, his documentaries have a ton of rewatchability. Have like a ton of rewatchability too. Like
oh yeah,
like his Joe Rogan documentary was really good too. And I don't. And the thing it is it's crazy, but I don't think anyone else has made a Joe Rogan documentary, as far as I know.
Not like that anyway.
And he's also famous for I guess he cut his teeth with Joe Matarese documentary.
Matarese, yeah. Who apparently he's like cool with now. I saw like last year or several months ago, he's Joe is like commenting on his tweets and like wanting to, I think is realizing the benefit of having somebody talking shit about him in a pleasantly British way.
I'm sure you saw in the Burt document. I'm sure you caught the few.
Oh yes. Oh yes. The moist, the big old fat moist, as reliable as a Mersh exercise routine. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good, solid fucking straights, man.
And because our good friend Alan, Mersh now refuses to scream on stream.
Yeah, good. Fucking idiot. It was stupid anyway.
It was meme worthy though. You have to admit. I mean,
see, and that's the thing is like, Mersh does not have the humility, or is incapable of the humility to just do what people want. That's funny. You know what I mean? And do not you don't have to pander, but to like suppress what comes naturally that is funny. You know what I mean? Like if his natural instinct is to do that fucking stupid scream, just fucking do it. Because the fans aren't going to care, but the people that, think it's funny or want to make fun of you are only going to make clips of you, which are probably going to bring people to you, which is just going to likely create more fans. You know what I mean? Like, or not. Or people are just going to laugh at you. Who fucking cares? You want to be a personality on the internet, be a personality on the internet. Don't be fake, nigga.
I mean the jump thing from a few weeks ago, that was that was a complete accident. That was the result of my fuck up, me blow.
Oh, dude, that was so good. That was so good. How about Brew's fucking rap song about you, man?
Brew has so many.
Have you watched? Have we watched Brew's rap song about you on air yet?
I don't think
the Disfield report.
I don't
the
think-
Disfield report.
What? Yeah. Let's watch it right
Brew,
now.
Let's give Brew some love.
Brew
yeah,
Mama.
dude. Hold on, pause it. Brew consulted me.
Brew consulted Semper too, which I found.
Yes.
Which I found out later because that asshole came on my stream and bragged about it. So.
Well, I'm not bragging. I'm just saying she was worried about your feelings. This was just a Brew, a stream of consciousness, man. Like she's an artist. at
Oh
heart,
yeah.
and she's got that ICP kind of, sort of genre, era in her head.
I mean,
So I laughed my fucking ass. She sent me the lyrics and I laughed I genuinely laughed out loud.
I mean,
And I told her she had to do it.
I mean, she's a big titty goth girl too. That's what they called it in my generation at least.
Okay. You know what? I have to. Oh, never mind. Let's just share this.
You have
uninterrupted.
You have to go jerk off.
No. Yeah, I might have pictures of Bruce. Never mind. Hit play.
Okay. Also, Meta, I'm wearing the same shirt in this video that I'm wearing tonight. Did not plan that.
Whoa, dude, that is a trip, actually.
This is what happens when you roll up on Bruce.
She used the clip of you getting scared.
Sticks of semen, they were semen and Kleenex on his penis. He beat it till it fell off in the ocean. He said his boyfriend's name was Owen Smith and he liked to blow goats and shit. So I ghosted it. This shit is so legit. He's got AIDS, ladies. Don't get close to him. He was supposed to win the Special Olympics. He was caught hands down, choking down Semper's I'm not finished, he got fisted. All you motherfuckers missed it. Owen pulled his butthole out and Sammy fucking French kissed it. It was all over the internet. Is Sammy finished with my dinner yet? He's my bitch. Almost Sammy never explained.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am.
Hold on. I love that it's just you being scared by me coming into the VC, repeated and played backwards over and over, black and white in color. It's fucking amazing, dude.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
To his kids that he gets turned on by huge veiny dicks, it's a mystery. Now go and wash your booty breath out with some fucking mystery, bitch, your history. Kinda like your dead homie Rush. Should've rode yourself off of that cliff like you've had enough of life. Cause you're white and you're racist as fuck, bro. And I've seen you wearing sports bras.
No comment there.
I do have to say that.
Oh shit, rollerblade changing the.
Anyway, I do have to take credit, because Sammy, look, we've been doing this show together. I've been your co-host for well over a year, 18 months, I think, somewhere around at this point, maybe more than that.
2 years. I would say a solid 2 years at this point.
Close. It's getting close. Yeah. well, as your regular every week co-host, you know what I mean. I popped in at this point for sure 2 years ago. Anyway, you know, we've spoken on the phone, on the actual phone, a handful of times. But I don't know you that we don't know each other that well. Like I know you pretty well, but we've never hung out. We've never been in the same room. I've never looked in your face as I said a joke. You know what I'm saying? I can look in the camera, of course. But
not yet, not yet, motherfucker.
Not yet, motherfucker. Right. But so anyway, what I was getting at is when Brew sent me, you know, she reached out. She's like, "Hey, I wrote a song about Sammy, but it's kind of brutal, and it's just a joke, of course." I'm like, well, "Hit me with it." And she sent me the lyrics, and I laughed. And she's like, "I'm just worried. You know, I'm just afraid he's gonna take it the wrong way, and I'm worried about this, or that, or the other thing. I don't want to read DMs, but she was concerned about hurting your feelings, effectively. And I'm like, look, I think it's funny as fucking shit, but just as an absolute safety, at the end of it, just go, I'm just kidding, Sammy. You know I fucking love you. Or something like that. Which is what she did. She didn't. I don't think she needed to, because it's clearly a joke, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Anyone who knows the show knows that the chat and I rip on each other all the time.
Right, but there's some brutal lines in there, man. But
yeah,
you know what I mean. So, you know, I think it was, you know, it's the same kind of thing. She's like, well, you know, me and Sammy are fucking cool, but I don't, you know, want to call him a child molester or anything without, you know.
Yeah. Well, you guys ought to read some of the text message threads my friends and I have. Yeesh. So,
oh boy.
I might have to send you screenshots someday. So.
Oh, don't do that to your friends, man. Well, one day you can share screenshots of our text messages, because I will die long before you, and you can do a nice, cool memoriam to me and all the stupid, retarded shit that I've said. Most of it's not even funny, but maybe it will be when I'm dead. You know, maybe there'll be some through line there.
I hope that I hope that when I die, someone does something with this channel. You know, kind of cool. And just to be fair, I'm not the only one that she's. Oh my god! I love Brew for this.
Oh yeah, dude.
And Apex Gamma should be.
Oh, started 20 seconds
maybe,
in.
but hopefully. Holy. And for those of you who haven't been here the last couple weeks, yes, I am back in the regular studio. So hello to Fell in a Meadow. Hello to a mint conditioned chicken. And Apex Gamma should be joining me shortly, maybe, but hopefully you all can hear me.
Sammy, somebody's in chat.
Holy
Christian
shit!
Blatt's in chat.
Yeah, Christian's here. Is he?
He's in chat. He needs to come to Discord.
Oh, he's in chat. I DM'd Christian, and by the way, I just jumped again. Yeah.
No way.
The Matrix. I did DM Christian the. Well, let me just paste the Discord link.
Yeah, into chat.
Into chat.
Let's fucking go.
So
I gotta clip that fucking jump.
it's right when I jump in the video too. So, but yeah, and Christian, I'm not sure if you have Discord, but it's an app you can either download on your computer or you can use on your phone. I don't have StreamYard Premium, so I can't afford $200 a year or whatever they're charging. But let's see.
It's Samception.
There is a glitch in the Matrix.
You did. You fucking did. Oh my god, you fucking did.
I'm glad that you
Oh no, dude, Sammy. Jesus Christ.
Are you gonna die there or Yep, I have a dead co-host.
Oh my god, Sammy. You're a mirror image of yourself. Oh no. Dude.
Perfect timing.
That is incredible. God, where's this Christian fella? Who is he again? Remind me who that is. I know the name sounds familiar.
So Christian Blatt is the former producer of one Dennis Miller.
That's what I thought.
Who was buddies with the late Norm, and he says Discord is above his
pay grade.
Okay. Oh, but he's in Discord now, so I think I can't remember. Do we need to give? I think is this thing?
Oh, you said pay grade. I literally just guessed that because you said above my pay grade is usually what comes next.
Yep. Well, that's what a good co-host does. You finish my sentence for me.
Hell yeah, dude. Well, listen, to be fair, Sammy, you're also kind of crippled. So sometimes you need a little help. It's fine.
Yes, that is true. I may be crippled, but at least I'm not retarded.
I was gonna say retarded, but I didn't because you're not. You know, you're physically retarded a little bit.
No, that's
just not mentally.
No, that's you. So
no, I'm mentally retarded. Physically, I'm a workhorse, bro. I'm over 6 foot tall. I got a, was it 21 BMI? Yeah, my BMI is 21. I think muscular beanstalk, nigga.
Christian, if you want to scroll down, there's a tab called On Air, and that's where we're at. So
yeah, you'll see Savage Sam and a name with a line through
it. Because you want to be invisible.
No, I don't think I'm invisible here.
Well, no.
Triple fight.
Well, no, you're not, but
retard fight. It would be a retard fight. See, you could do it either way. I'm mentally crippled, you're physically crippled. I'm mentally retarded, you're physically retarded. You know? Yeah, man. You can't argue with logic. I'm a professor of logic at the University of Science.
I'm also.
I have a doghouse. You don't have a doghouse. Clearly.
Some would say I'm also comedically retarded.
That's a good Norm joke there. The old professor of logic.
Oh, hey, Christian, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I guess you don't see me. It doesn't work that way, huh?
No, you can turn on your camera though.
But would you prefer if I turn on my heart light?
Ooh.
What's
that?
It's a bad Neil Diamond song. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's not as opposed to all the good Neil Diamond songs out there.
Anyway, though, Christian, I think this is your first time meeting my Sancho Panza.
Oh my God, Sancho Panza. Yeah, look here I am. Okay.
So this is Jeff, aka Apex Gamma.
Dead naming me? How fucking dare you?
Yeah, well,
Hi, Christian. Nice to meet you, buddy.
it's very nice to meet you. I see Sam tweet at you a lot, and it seems like you keep him on the straight and narrow.
He tries. Let me just say.
Well, listen. He's got 4 wheels, and only 2 of them turn, so it's not hard to keep him on the straight and narrow. He's a good boy.
Yes. Sam's a great boy. Absolutely.
But
it's an honor to have you, man. I joke around a lot here, and typically I'm just an idiot. But yeah, thank you for joining us, man. I really appreciate it.
Oh, please! It's happy to be here. You know, Sam is a good boy. We both met during Pizzagate.
Yes. Something along those
Something
lines.
like that. Yeah. Or the set of a Woody Allen movie. I can't remember which.
Or a Louis C.K. show, something like that. I can't.
Hey, I saw Louis C.K. This is years ago. It was a large venue. He did a 90-minute set, and I told Dennis Miller the next morning. I was like, "Yeah, he did 90 minutes," and he was just like, "That sounds like a cry for help," because 90 minutes is like unheard of. You know, like Dennis. You pay Dennis for an hour, you get 59 minutes and 58 seconds. You know, he's not going to rip you off, but you're not getting anything extra. And yeah, so.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Christian. What did you do on the Dennis Miller show?
I produced the show, and then for most of the run, I was an on-air co-host. But booking guests was the most of what I did for that show. Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah.
What years did you do that, if you don't mind?
I mean, I worked on the show the whole run, 2007 to 2015, and then the on-air was like 2010 to 2015.
No shit, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
So
I'm getting a little stage fright here, Sammy.
Yeah, I'm bringing in the big guns now. So, but anyway, so we've been playing various clips. We just took a break, but we were playing various clips and whatnot of the late great Norm Macdonald. And
sure,
I know that you actually, Christian, like you've said on social media, you didn't know Norm well, but you've said that you did know Norm somewhat. So
yeah, I did know him. I met him when I was an intern at Saturday Night Live, and I started interning in January 1998. And it was the week that he had gotten fired from Weekend Update, and he was still on the show though. He was still in sketches for about a month or two, about 2 months, I think. He was still there, and then finally they just let him go because he was so miserable. But they were definite like camps and stuff, but I always loved Norm, and I was always happy to help him out. And thing this, a lot of people who have been writing about it will talk about this producer that he had, this woman, Lord Joe Hoekstra, who he called Lojo. And I mean, she was like she was just like almost like his handler. She was his producer. And she, at first I thought she was just like his assistant, but it was just more like, look, Norm didn't have like the smoothest people skills, but like Lori Joe was like the nicest person you'd ever meet. So it helped smooth over anything. And I mean, I really liked Norm, but it was just sort of, he was a little aloof, a little in his own head. And, because he was leaving, he had wanted me to just like, copy like sketches. This is onto VHS tapes because this is 1998. So I'm like taping VHS sketches for him, and Lori Joe made sure that he paid me, for doing the sketches. And as I was talking about on my show, the Black Cast, I did this for a few cast members, and most of them knew that they had to pay you, but there was one who had to kind of get sort of clubbed over the head by this great guy in the research department. It's like, you have to pay him, right? So, as I said on that show, that was Chris Kattan, who didn't think he had to pay me, and but he did. He just sort of got bullied into it. In any case, my interaction with Norm at SNL was fairly limited. It was a lot of like doing stuff for Lori Joe, but he was friends with that guy I just mentioned. Dan Wilson was his name. So he would call the research department all the time. And my name was Christian, as I've said. And he thought it was funny that my name was Christian. So he started calling me Jew. So he's like, "Hey, is this Jew?" I got it. And he just thought it was the funniest thing ever. So spring break, 1998, I went to visit a friend I went to New Orleans and visit a friend who went to Tulane, and Norm happened to be performing that week. So I found Lori Joe, and she knew who I was. And she was like, "Oh my God, come say hi to Norm." So she was like, "Norm, look who I found." He just had this look on his face like, I have no idea who this is. And I was like, "Oh, when you call me on the phone, you always call me Joe." And he's like, "Oh my God, it's Christian. How are you?" Like he just didn't know my face because like he didn't really interact with me that much. And I kept in touch mostly because I kept in touch with Lori Joe. I thought like when I was first moving to LA, I felt like I had a good chance to be Norm's assistant on the show he did called a minute with I think was the name of it. Yeah. This wasn't his Norm sitcom with Artie Lang. This was after that.
Right.
And I did not get that job, but it would have involved driving Norm around because he didn't drive. But because I started producing Dennis's radio show, that's when I think I got to know him and talk to him the most. And we used to have him on every week, as I know Sam, and he would he was just like, "Oh, what do you think we should talk about?" So he would call me like earlier in the week, and I would just talk to him. And God, I loved Norm Macdonald, but at a certain point, I'm like, I've been on the phone with Norm for like 2 hours. I have to go home. And he's been really entertaining and funny, and he's sweet and all that. But I'm like, I have to get Norm Macdonald off the phone. And but it was always great. It was always so great to have him on. And there's this video that you can find, it's from September of 2011, or actually June of 2011. And Dennis was very rarely in our studio, but he was on that day. And Norm came in, and I was in the studio with Dennis the whole show. Norm came in, Jason Sudeikis came in, Ted Lasso himself. So there's like the four of us in studio, and I'm just like, and you can see it in the video, like, what the fuck am I doing in there,
Yeah.
And it'll tell you something about Jason Sudeikis, though, because I said that after the fact. He's like, "How do you think I feel?" I'm like, "Dude, you're on SNL." He'd already made horrible bosses at this point. It's like, yeah, I mean, you're still new, but Jesus, I'm literally nobody. And I was in that room, and it was amazing. And Norm was always great. Like when Norm would guest host Dennis's show, it was so fun because he'd have to work really close, and he'd figure out who he wanted to have on. So I got a lot of great opportunities to work pretty closely with him. It's just spread out over the course of like 15 years, you know.
What
Christian, I have to hold on.
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Sam.
Yeah.
Before I forget, your description of talking to Norm on the phone and like him being just so sweet, and you get to the point where you're like, I got other shit I got to do. Like I got to get off the phone. Reminds me of the way he would intentionally bomb so often. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And I don't even think necessarily he went into most of that trying to bomb, but he was making himself laugh. You know what I mean? To annoy people, to bother people in the most polite way possible was funny. And it is funny. And that wouldn't necessarily mean that's what he was doing, but that's just what it reminded me of, the way you were describing the story. Because like most people, I've been binge watching pretty much everything Norm for the last several days. And
myself, it's like, I was there for them, but listening to some of the clips from the old radio show, there's just stuff that, like, if we had recorded it for Dennis's podcast like last year, we probably wouldn't have actually posted it. He like starts off talking about how Huckleberry Finn was being banned in a lot of schools because it has the N-word in it. And, he has this whole thing that he goes into is like, yeah, but isn't that book from Huckleberry Finn's point of view? And so Huckleberry Finn is the one who's racist. Why don't you just make Huckleberry Finn a black kid? And then he can use that word and everything's okay. And it's like, it's funny. It's funny in a very like 2008 way. Right. Now you're just like, yes, that's funny, but you know what? I don't want that headache. Like, I don't need the wrong person hearing that and running with it.
Norm never cared, though.
No. He never cared. Yeah.
That's amazing. Do you have? I hate to ask you this, but we've asked each other and anybody else that's been on so far. Do you have like a particular Norm bit or performance or appearance that is like your favorite?
There's a couple. The Bob Saget roast is almost perfect.
Yes,
because that's one where he was doing it to make the other comedians on stage laugh, and he didn't care if the audience laughed, and he didn't care if anybody at home laughed.
Mm-hmm.
This was, and it's like you needed to kind of hold on for a minute or two to figure out what it is. And then you're like, oh, I see what he's doing. This is brilliant.
It's amazing, man.
Yeah. He wouldn't go as far as to intentionally bomb. Gilbert Gottfried will intentionally bomb if he doesn't like the audience. He will just beat them over the head with like his worst stuff. Norm, it's like complete and utter indifference. He's there. He's like, I want people to laugh, but if they don't, that's okay. But he might do the thing where it's like Dennis would do this on the radio show. If he made me laugh really hard, he didn't care how obscure or stupid the joke was. He's like, I made that guy laugh. That's all right. There's a lot of like individual Weekend Update jokes that come to mind. It's like just because it's so silly, but like and simple. Those are the ones that make me laugh. Like the one is, on the Billboard charts this summer, the number one album was Better Than Ezra. Number two, Ezra. So, it's just like great jokes like that.
Just staring straight into the camera, too, with like not even a smile on his face. Yeah.
And I love the thing he usused to do is like a note to self. He had a little pocket tape recorder. And I spent years just doing that because I thought it was funny. I actually had a pocket tape recorder at one point too. It was like a note to self. Yeah.
Note to self. Hell
yeah.
Go ahead, Sam.
Sam, what were you going to say? It's just, I'm talking too much. What did Sam want to say?
No. You're the guest, so feel free to.
You're goddamn right I am.
So feel free to cut me off any time. I was just gonna say, I think there are just so many jokes that Norm did that only someone like him could get away with. Now, like the Michael Jackson pedophile Weekend Update sketches are just, those are genius.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows he got in trouble for doing too many OJ jokes, but his joke that started off Weekend Update the Saturday after the OJ verdict, was well, it's official, murder is legal in the state of California.
Yeah, dude,
it's perfect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which
and I wanted to. Oh, go ahead, Sam.
Which by the way, Christian, I know they're saying that Norm died of cancer, but it's a little suspicious to me how OJ has gone silent on Twitter.
Oh, hello, Twitter world.
After
right.
Juice. Yeah, I heard Norm Macdonald died. I don't know anything about it.
My kitchen knives are clean.
Yeah. Listen, I just want to make sure his kitchen knives are still.
Hey! That's my lucky stabbing cap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did want to comment though. You were saying how I can't remember the venue or the event, but I've seen it commented on recently where Norm was somewhere and he was doing really dirty jokes, and I think he was at like a Christian school or it was something church related, perhaps. And the whole audience was like, and he eventually was like, well, how many of you find this, what I'm saying offensive? And, I got a vocal, whatever, collection of people, and then asked who was okay with it. And there was like 10 people. And he was like, well, I mean, I don't want to make these 10 people not laugh, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Well, fuck the majority. Like, there's 5 people laughing in this venue of 800 people. That's I'm fine with that. That's good enough for me.
Yeah,
they're on my level, and the rest of you aren't.
It really didn't matter what the crowd, the mass thought. A friend of mine who worked at SNL while I was an intern, he worked there a little bit. He was there longer than I was, and Norm just asked him one day. He's like, "Hey, would you be interested in submitting jokes for Weekend Update?" And he's like, "Oh my God, yeah, I would love to." And they paid Norm paid $50, well, not cash, but he would like write a check, $50 for any joke that they put on the air. And so this guy that I knew, he the first week he did it, he had a joke get in a dress rehearsal, and it didn't really get a laugh. So he's like, that's all right. It was fun that I got in dress rehearsal. But then they put it on the show, and it again didn't get that much of a laugh. So he talking to Norm and Jim Downey, the producer, and he was like an original SNL writer. He used to share an office with Bill Murray, and Jim Downey was just like, "Oh, we didn't care. We just thought the joke was funny. It didn't matter that the audience would laugh at it." And it was something that I learned because before I interned at SNL, I interned at Conan, and the executive producer like met with all the interns once, and he was just saying like, it's something you have to kind of weigh sometimes. It's like if 200 tourists don't laugh at something, it doesn't mean that it's not funny. Now, you don't want to ignore the audience, but sometimes there's times where you're just like, you know what, somebody at home is going to think this is funny, and we're going to do it anyway. And I think that was Norm's approach, and that sort of, I think, gave them the ability to get rid of him from Weekend Update, and so it would have been like a month or two before he got fired from Weekend Update. I went to a dress rehearsal. It was John Lovitz hosted, and Jane's Addiction were the musical guests. That was the main reason I wanted to go. And dress rehearsal for Saturday Night Live is a half hour longer, and Weekend Update is like at least 5 minutes longer. They have a bunch more jokes that they try out, and they're going through all these jokes. And I have a VHS of that dress rehearsal. There's nobody laughing except you hear like one laugh where that person's laughing really hard, and it's me. You can hear my laugh because no one is laughing out of the 250 people in that studio. And I don't know. I mean, I always loved Norm. He just always made me laugh so hard. And it's interesting that suddenly he's everybody's favorite Weekend Update anchor when you remember that people kind of hated him, and he talked about that actually in the hour that I'm talking about of the Dennis Miller Show, which anybody can find this. He talked about like when he started on SNL. So his first season was 1994, and that year was sort of like one of the overall like low points in the show. Janine Garofalo was on that year. Chris Elliott was on that year. And you had some holdovers. You still had Farley. You still had Spade. And the next year is when they got like Will Ferrell, Molly Shannon. Well, she had started a little bit before, but like that's when they had like sort of the big overhaul. So he talked about like how when he started, everybody hated the show. But then like a few years later, everybody's like, oh my God, they're all our favorites. And it's like, it's all just sort of like cyclical, It's like, but the first year he was on, like Weekend Update was kind of the only funny thing on the show. I mean, it was really, really bad that year, But I don't know. I just always thought he was great. And, obviously there's there's so many clips of Conan that are going around, like there's the moth joke, which is a perfect example of Norm.
God.
Which apparently it's a 20-second joke that Colin Quinn told him that he stretched into 6 minutes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, I didn't bring that up earlier, Sammy, but I just watched that. I think yesterday. Norm himself is promoting his book at a college or something, and the person who is talking to him asks him about the moth joke, and he, for the first time I'm aware of, it describes. He's like, "Yeah, Colin Quinn told me that joke," and the producer for Conan's show,
Frank Smiley.
Frank Smiley. He's like, that damn Frank Smiley. He was supposed to do one segment, and then Conan's like, "We'll be right back with more Norm." And he's like, "Get back out there, kid." Whatever, get back out there, kid. And so he effectively just took a 20-second joke and turned it into an 8-minute joke by just pulling shit out of Norm's brain. And that's what's so funny about it, is you're literally just watching Norm's brain working comedically. He's pulling out it makes like a Russian tragedy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
the man I worked for, Gregory Alinovich. And it made me realize I didn't love my own son. And if only I had the courage to pick up that revolver on my nightstand, just the stuff he fills it with. Yeah, and somebody points out, it's like, I think it was on the most recent episode of Conan's podcast. Conan, Frank Smiley, and Andy Richter are all talking about that joke, and it's like something out of Chekhov, that he that's what he's vamping his joke with, and just the fact that that's how his mind worked. But Sam, what were some of the things that some of your favorite? Maybe you talked about it earlier. But what stands out for you? Like some of your appearances, individual jokes. I always like to know what it is about Norm that different people like.
Well, I discovered Norm through the old radio show that you and that you and Dennis had. And by the way, I think the only one who has made me laugh quite as hard as Norm did was our own Rob Lorich, too. He's Lorich is a killer as well. But no, the first
literally there's 8 bodies in his backyard. So he's probably I don't want to cast aspersions, but that van girl and her boyfriend, check Lorich's backyard.
Well, he is from Wisconsin, so
yeah, exactly, yeah. Him and Ed Gein and Jeffrey Dahmer too, right?
Yep.
But and go ahead. What were you going to say, Sam?
No, what I was going to say though is Norm's Dog the Bounty Hunter joke. has been I think that came off the old radio show, and that's been played out. But the part I love the most is when he's like, that guy's kind of racist. Just the way he says it. Always sends you into a tizzy. So.
Yeah, and go ahead.
And then also, I had forgotten about this until I was doing show prep, but the one about where he called in and had nothing and pulls out that joke about, I think Dennis asked him what he was getting home for Christmas, and he said, well, I didn't have anything for my gardener, but I'm thinking of letting him steal my identity or something. Or something like that. Just
yeah, it's interesting because it's like, there's so much out there for people to find, and somebody that I've gotten to know in the last couple of years, this guy Eric Nagel, he produced Opie and Anthony for a long time, and I was always more of a Howard Stern guy, and but he posted all these clips of like Norm on Opie and Anthony, and one of them Colin's in studio, and Jim Norton's always on the show at that point. So it's like this like treasure trove of like stuff I'd never heard, and I never would have thought to look for. And I think for some people, if they take the time to listen to some of those Dennis Miller clips, I mean, there's the craziest stuff that probably most people never heard. And Sam, that he had this thing about how he was going to go out on the road, and he had a trio of ventriloquist dummies. But then the problem was that one of them he didn't realize was a Holocaust denier, old Jackson. And, it's just like he was just saying the most horrible things. And that was so funny that for years, Dennis would still ask him, like, do you still have the puppets? He's like, what? The Holocaust denier. And then he would remember what it was. But it's just like that sort of like brilliant outside the box thinking was just like something he would very easily discard. He definitely wouldn't have remembered the Holocaust denier puppet if Dennis didn't bring it up so many times.
My favorite bit with the Holocaust denier puppet, as well, I'm glad you brought that up, was the part where he goes, a couple of Jewish guys want me to burn him and throw him in the fire, but I say 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah, now that you say it, I do remember.
So
something else. I hate to reference it again, but that book tour interview that he did at the college that I was referencing earlier. He's also asked about the Courtney Thorne Smith interview on Conan.
Yeah.
Which, Sammy, I don't know if we didn't watch that since I've been on the show, but that's one of his most, in my opinion, concise, just hilarious Norm moments. And he's asked about that specific thing, and he's like, back then there weren't computers. You just said a thing, and there was like people in the room, and it like kind of evaporated eventually. I didn't expect, he didn't expect for things to live on, forever. And he ends it with saying he's got to call Carrot Top or something like that. But I don't think you're right. He didn't.
No, he just wanted to score, and he thought it was funny. And some outlet within the last few days interviewed Courtney Thorne Smith, and she was just like, "Oh no, I always thought that was funny." Conan would always apologize when he saw me after that, and she's like, "I was in the Carrot Top movie, and they made me go out and promote it, so he did me a favor because she didn't want to talk about the Carrot Top movie, so like nobody really talked about it, and honestly, it probably got more attention from that." But there's 2 moments in there where, like, you just see how fast his mind works, and he's so excited.
The chairman of the board.
I know what it's called. Box office poison.
Yeah, if it's got Carrot Top in it, it's called box office poison.
Poison, yeah.
It's like, well, Courtney's the woman sitting next to you. Well, I'm going to go see it for her, though. I'll go see it for her.
Norm would never miss an opportunity to compliment a pretty girl. But then Conan's like, "Oh, chairman of the board, you got anything for that? You
weirdo."
It's bet it's spelled B-O-R-E-D, and then just those two moments, and you can just see Conan where Conan usually tried to be a good host, and he, legitimately felt bad that like, she's on and he's making fun of it. But I think she at least had the good sense to know like what a great moment that was, even
hell yeah, dude,
when that happened. Yeah.
So,
how do you Christian feel? I mean, people close to him that have known him for decades, and us out here, Sammy and I, way on the outside, you on more of an inner circle, had no idea that the man was sick, right?
I wonder, if somebody like Dennis knew. I mean, I wouldn't ask him. Dennis's manager was also Norm's manager. So I wonder if he knew, if the manager knew, because I worked really, really hard to try and get Norm on the last episode of Dennis's podcast last December. Like, because I have like an email for Norm. I tweeted at him. I got some, I tweeted at him a couple of times. I got a couple of like fairly, I got other comedians to retweet me asking and like trying to like help nudge it along, but obviously it didn't happen. So, and I would talk to Dennis's manager, and the thing about Norm was that Norm was always hard to get a hold of, and he was a little bit unreliable in terms of, can you be on the phone at 9:30 in the morning to be on our radio show? Some mornings, yeah, absolutely. Other mornings, you just couldn't. You could call him and he wouldn't answer. So, you just sort of thought that that's what this was. I'm going to assume that his manager probably knew in terms of managing the workload. But he did stuff even as recently as maybe not last year, but 2 years ago. The last time I saw him was 2 years ago. I talked about this on my podcast, The Black Cast. So David Spade had a show on Comedy Central, and on the same episode were Dennis Miller, Norm Macdonald, and Kevin Nealon. And so I went to the taping of it, and I hung out in the green room with them, and Norm's mom was there. And there was like, Norm was just talking, being Norm, and even Norm realized at some point, it's like, oh my God, I shouldn't say that in front of my mother. And, she's Norm's mom, so she's just like, she's like, it's nothing I've never heard. She's very sweet. And watching him with his mom was actually very sweet. But what I always say,
his mom, right? He still lived with his mom.
I think maybe later. I actually don't know. I don't know that for sure. But what I've said about that, hanging out in the green room with those guys, the three guests and Spade, is that if that had been the show, all of their careers would have been over that night. Just sort of the laid back, freewheeling conversation we had about just the world, people in show business that they couldn't understand how they were successful, things like that. So it's obviously I figured, it was like, oh my God, Norm, we got to have you on the podcast soon. It was like one of those. I didn't think like, oh, I'll never see Norm again, so I don't know who knew. I'm going to assume some people did. And I do know that the woman I referenced earlier when I first came on, Lori Joe, was with him when he died. And she, I've said to a few friends that I hope that Norm like wanted her to write a book, just because of just the stuff that she has been with him. She's with him. I mean, she worked on SNL before Norm was on, I think. So, because Norm started in like '93, and I think she'd been there, for a few years before that. So,
didn't Norm work for Dennis too at one point?
Yeah, Dennis had a syndicated late night talk show that was produced by the Chicago Tribune. It was in 1992. I think it lasted 8 months. and Norm was one of his writers on it, and so was Judd Apatow, and I forget who else. But if you look, the guys who created Will and Grace, Dennis would call them Muchnick and Puchnick. If you look up the list of writers from the 1992 Dennis Miller show, it's crazy who worked on that show. It's almost like how the Dana Carvey show had like Louis C.K., Steve Carell, Stephen Colbert, and I'm forgetting other people, that show had, but in any case, yeah, and that's, Norm and Dennis would both talk about the fact that Norm got hired to be a writer on that show on the basis of one joke. And I don't remember the setup of the joke, and it's like a perfect setup. And it's about, we were talking about Wisconsin before. I was going to mention this. He was talking about Jeffrey Dahmer and the trial. And then what the punchline is, but in his defense, they started it. And it's such a fun, and Dennis hired him based on that joke. And then Norm explained on our show, it's like, yeah, I wasn't trying to be like, I'm not like so clever that I'm like, I'm just going to give him one joke. He like tried to write jokes, and he wrote 10, and 9 of them were terrible. And so he gave Dennis that one joke. He said like he went to a Denny's with a bunch of newspapers, and he tried to write topical jokes, and he only had one that he liked. But I mean, he also wrote on Roseanne.
Yeah.
Norm did, and
He was on Roseanne before SNL, wasn't he?
Yeah,
believe,
yeah. That would, I think that was, yeah. He left Roseanne to go on to SNL, and Roseanne was a little bit after Dennis's show, and but not nearly enough attention is paid to Norm's great movie Dirty Work, which I saw in theaters.
No kidding.
And I really liked his sitcom. I thought it was really funny, and Artie Lang also played his brother on that show because obviously they look so much alike. But
yeah, that's weird to me too. Who would have thought that Artie Lang outlived Norm?
Well, I'm sure no one's more surprised than Artie.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but Artie recorded something nice, like about 15 minutes, that just remembering Norm, which I thought was nice. And you hear Artie, and you're just like, I don't know how that guy's still alive, but I'm glad he is because Artie's is somebody else who's always made me laugh, and the combination of him and Norm. I mean, Artie ended up on the Howard Stern show because he went with Norm when Norm was on as a guest.
And Artie watched that yesterday.
Yeah, and Artie was just a fan of Stern, and he's like, oh, he would have been happy to just sit in the green room. It's like, oh, you got to bring Artie in. And of course, Artie
he had just gotten kicked off of MTV or Mad
TV. Yeah, because he has the story. Artie has this amazing story about he was in a sketch in like a pig costume for Mad TV. And he like ran off to buy Coke while he was wearing the pig costume. And I think he went to jail, and Quincy Jones produced that show, had to get him out. And so he had like these stories where you're like, oh my God, this guy's, crazy. And the fact that, Norm, I think, I think Artie was telling the story about when Farley guest hosted SNL a little bit before he passed away in 1997. They knew that Farley had a problem, so they wanted Norm to kind of keep an eye on him. And Artie was there too. So like Artie was the one who was more responsible than Farley. Artie was making sure that and God, Artie told this funny story that people should find it, but I don't know, it's out there. This was just the other day, and it was like, and Artie said to Norm, came up to him, he's like, yeah, bad news. Farley went into the bathroom with Andy Dick, and Norm said, oh no, there's only 2 things that happened in the bathroom with Andy Dick, and I hope he got high.
Hell yeah, dude. I did want to ask, because me, as far away as most people morning Norm are that can be that we never met him. I never even actually got the benefit of ever seeing him live, but I've watched him from a very early age because I was born in the 80s. So his weekend, that era of SNL is right there for me.
Mm-hmm.
But looking at especially the last 10 years of his work, his guest appearances, and his stand-up as well, does any of it hit any differently knowing that he knew he had, you know what I mean? Like, he was making cancer jokes. He was making jokes about death. I mean, which he always did, of course, but they seem a little more concise in retrospect for me.
Yeah. No, there's the one that's making the rounds where he's talking about it's like it's not really like you don't really beat cancer. Cancer doesn't beat you. Like when you die, the cancer dies too. So it's really a draw. But there are stuff. I heard a clip from Stern, like I don't know, from probably somewhere like 8-9 years ago. And he was like, he stopped himself from getting a little melancholy. He was talking a little bit about death. And there's a Mark Maron episode from a few years ago that got reposted, and I think there are times where you can tell he must have been thinking about it. But I just feel like he. This is just complete guess because I don't know what was in his mind, but I think that he didn't want anybody to look at him any differently, and he didn't want to ever have this exchange with any human. Was how are you doing? Oh, how are you now? And it was just like, it's fine, and
yeah,
that's really kind of what I thought. Yeah,
it was always the joke for him, man, and that's again in retrospect, the only thing that hits different for me is just his dedication to that, because that was always obvious to me. The way he would maybe not intentionally bomb, but tell jokes he knew the audience wouldn't laugh at, or only a few people would laugh at, or that he himself thought was funny, on a live television show on a fucking huge stage in front of a bunch of people, whatever it may be. I don't know. The man was funny, and now that he's gone, surprisingly to everybody, minus probably a handful of people.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier that I think his light is going to shine even brighter now in the world of comedy than it has prior to. Because like you said earlier, people didn't like him on SNL, or at least some people didn't. He was, but as time has gone on, he's become more and more idolized, and he's got like, it's almost like the rock star, what is it? The 28 curse, although he died way too young, but far later than 28, obviously.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that for the most part, like a lot of people did, obviously people loved him as Burt Reynolds on Celebrity Jeopardy. They've, like even Bob.
That's not my name.
Yeah. That's not my name. Turd Ferguson. And like Bob Dole even loved his Bob Dole.
Yeah,
like Bob Dole posted something about it, and, he always he loved Letterman so much. He was afraid that he would hate his Letterman, but Letterman, there's a quote from Norm was that Letterman called him the day after the first sketch, and he didn't bring it up, and he kind of waited for Norm to bring it up. Well, I did you on the show, and he's like, oh yeah, don't worry about it. It didn't bother me. Joe Piscopo used to do me. And that bothered me because that guy's not talented, but you're talented.
Not funny.
So it's fine.
Not funny.
Yeah, you're right. He's not funny. Yeah. Which I thought was pretty funny. Letterman to be like, I don't want somebody who's not funny making fun of me, but Norm's funny.
Letterman and Conan is funny. Norm on Conan is funny because Conan just doesn't know what to do. Most of the, what I mean? He's just letting.
He knows to stay out of the way. He knows that Norm's there and it's just whatever he's going to do.
But Norm has so much respect for Letterman, and he's still doing his Norm thing. There's such a different dynamic when you watch those two. There's 5 parts, and they're like an hour and a half long on YouTube. You can watch them. Norm appearances on Letterman and appearances on Conan. I have not watched them all, obviously, but
Yeah.
the bits that I have, and that I've, jogged my memories, because a lot of them I watched. I was a kid through some of that.
Yeah. No, I
Really
mean,
nice.
yeah, if Norm was going to be on a show, I probably would record it. I don't think I would stay up that late, but I would always want to see Norm on
Right.
one of those shows, yeah, I agree. And look, it depends, because different hosts, he was different with Dennis than he was with Conan than he was with Letterman.
Right.
And it's like, obviously, Opie Anthony and Jim Norton is a different vibe than with Howard, and he was on like Howard's peak, at the best, like some of those segments that he was on. So, yeah, it's great to sort of see like how comfortable he was with pretty much anybody, and except for the ladies on The View, which I know is one of. Actually, no, he was very comfortable with the ladies.
Yeah.
Of The View. The ladies of The View weren't comfortable. That was one of your favorite clips, right, Sam?
Oh yes.
That's good shit.
As I have said, the only two things I liked about The View are Norm Macdonald's appearance and then Jenny McCarthy. So
yeah, just talking just like, well, because Bill Clinton murdered a guy.
Yeah. We need to get murder out of the White House.
Yeah, and then I thought it was funny because they try to move on. He's like, he wouldn't.
I thought it was matter of fact.
I thought that was a matter of public record. And that's pretty great.
No,
incredible. That's just no fucks given in the truest of sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Now I know that Norm also guest hosted the show a couple of times when Dennis was on, vacation or whatever, and just in general, what was that like? And then kind of more specifically, what was the Ann Coulter interview like? Just in person.
I'll talk about all of it. Well, Ann Coulter was on the phone. But a lot of times, when somebody would guest host, they would they thought of all these people they'd want to talk to. And, I would ask anybody for a guest host. It was fine. Ann got right back to me right away. And she said, it was an email, but she's like, oh yes, I love Norm Macdonald. I'd love to come on. And I didn't realize she literally loved Norm Macdonald, because you can find this. I think it's on YouTube. And if it's not,
it is.
Ask Sam. Yeah, okay. But if somebody can't find it, ask Sam. I'll email it to him and he'll share it with you, because they're like fans of the old Dennis Miller show. There's a couple of guys that I know have every show. So whenever I need something, I go to them, and somebody was nice enough to just email me that. She's just like blatantly flirting with him, and it made Norm uncomfortable because he's like, "What? No, she's just a nice lady, But it's it's so funny. But having him guest host was great, because he would get really excited. He had a lot of thoughts, a lot of ideas, and when he was first on, he really wanted Salman to be there, who was Dennis's co-host when the show started. And Sal was honored to be asked by Norm. He was just like, if Norm wants me there, I'll be there, because essentially if Dennis wasn't there, Sal didn't have to work, but he came in for Norm. And Norm was able to get Robert Duvall on the show. He actually was never on with Dennis. And I'm trying to remember some of the other people that he brought, other comedians and stuff. But it's very funny, because when you listen to these old shows, I talked about this on the Blackcast. I don't know if you saw this part, Sam, but he was talking to this comedian, this guy named Todd Glass. This is in 2009, and he starts off. He's like, the name Todd is kind of a gay name, not like Shecky. Like Shecky's like a good manly comedian's name, and he just wouldn't let it go. And then of course 3 years later, Todd Glass comes out as gay, and I don't think Norm would ever have even remembered that he had that conversation, but I don't think that if he did and he found out he was actually gay, he would have been like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. He would laugh extra hard. And he's like, oh my God, I said that he was gay. And he really was. So, but yeah, no, those shows were great. And this guy that we used to work with, Dave Coelho, we called him Munga on the show. He wanted to hear the Billy Joe Shaver episode because this outlaw country artist, Billy Joe Shaver, that Norm liked. And he listened to it, and the first thing he said to me is like, I forgot how good he was. Like Norm would have been good at doing that kind of show, but I just think the consistency of doing it every day was the problem. Guest hosting a couple times a year was good, and obviously he was great doing his own podcasts and that sort of stuff. But
it seems he was pretty lazy, actually, when it came to a lot of the work.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think that's why Lori Joe worked so hard.
Yeah.
But and it was fun. I mean, it was like that was the best thing about like having guest hosts on that show was that, having Norm Macdonald one day and Andrew Breitbart the next day, and you'd have really fun shows, but completely different shows. And it was fun, and it's not that. Obviously, the real fun was doing the show, almost every day with Dennis, but just to mix it up, and we had Tucker guest host. I forget who else we had. We had Scott Baio guest host. We did a lot of different. We had a lot of different stuff, and it was cool. And then, of course, I started guest hosting, and then it all went downhill at that point.
No way! You guys had Tucker guest host this show?
A few times, yeah, because he was between TV gigs. Like it was, because after CNN,
wearing a bow tie.
No, Jon Stewart made him get rid of the bow tie pretty early on. It was because remember he was after CNN. I think he was on MSNBC, unless I'm completely. No, I think he wasn't he?
No,
before
he
Fox.
was.
Yeah. So, but after that, when he just had the Daily Caller website, he wasn't doing anything. And I think he was probably interested in possibly doing radio if TV hadn't come calling. He could have done guys like O'Reilly and Hannity. He could have done both, but he probably was like, yeah, TV's enough. But so we had Tucker a few times. We had Tony Snow before he passed away. He was going to be one of Westwood One's regular guest hosts. For their political shows. And then the difference with having guest hosts a lot of time that we would have in studio, we had Corolla guest host. So it would be cool because you'd actually have your host there in the studio, whereas Dennis was usually at his house, which is way more common now than it was in 2007.
Yeah. I've always gotten the feeling about Dennis, and I get the feeling. I've said this about 3 comedians. I've said this about Norm, Dennis, and Adam Carolla. I don't really get the impression, at least, and especially from my personal interactions with Dennis, it doesn't really seem to me like any of them, they like what they do, but they don't like the celebrity aspect of their gig, if that makes sense. Dennis, for sure, kind of.
Yeah, Dennis in particular, but I don't think any of those guys love show business. There's people who love show business. If I was really in show business, I would love it, and it's because I'm not that makes me feel like I just wish I could. But when I was an intern at SNL and I got to go to those after parties, and you would see the really really famous people who weren't even wouldn't even waste their time being on TV that night. I get it how people get excited about it, but I think Dennis had that. And then he was much happier, living up in Santa Barbara with his family and just, having show business be something that he drove to, and show business was a job or whatever. And I think the same with Norm is that, he never really dressed in a way where he felt like, oh, I'm going to try and become more famous,
Yeah.
His sports hat.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, I think one of the things in one of the compilations that I was listening to last night in preparation for this was from the old radio show, and I forget which date it was, but in one of the call-ins that Norm had with Dennis, Norm goes to Dennis, well, I always expected you to be a lot bigger, and Dennis goes, "Yeah, well, my career peaked after Bordello of Blood, and after that,
Yeah.
I didn't, that
Yeah.
that
Well,
was it for me."
Norm said that a few times. He said that same hour I keep referencing when Sudeikis was in studio with them is that Norm always thought that Dennis was going to be really big. And the thing is like, Dennis could have had a little bit of a different career, but I mean, some people will forget just how huge he was on that HBO show. I mean,
Yeah.
that HBO show won all the comedy Emmys every year. Nobody else should have even bothered trying. Like the Daily Show when Jon Stewart did it, like was that show. It always won everything. And I had friends who were writers, so they were winning Emmys every year. And I had friends on Dennis's show who won Emmys every year. And I think if Dennis liked doing movies more, he could have done more of them, but he didn't like. I mean, when you're starring in a movie, I mean, you're on the clock for 14, 15 hours straight, but you're not really working most of that time. Most of it's waiting, and I don't know how much he liked it,
Yeah, well, from what I've heard, and apologies to the Baywatch fans out there, because I know that there are a few people listening who do like Baywatch, but from what I've heard from Dennis, Erica Laniak kind of ruined that for him, so...
Yeah, well, she was just coming out of a relationship with Steven Seagal, so you can't blame anybody for being damaged by that. And Dennis always thought that Angie Everhart, who was in that, he thought that she didn't like her. But I actually almost did a show with Angie Everhart. I was going to co-host it with her. She loved Dennis. She had so much fun doing that movie. So it was, I think he sometimes forgot. I think Erica Eleniak probably didn't like him, but Corey Feldman sure didn't. But even as Dennis got older, he's like, yeah, Corey's probably right. I probably, he took the gig more seriously than I did.
Yeah. Geez, I always forget that Corey was in that movie too. But yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to choreograph the fight scene, and Dennis was like, I really don't want to do that. Like, we'll just, you try to punch me and, whatever. So, but I don't know. Yeah, and I mean, it's, Norm's movies, Norm wasn't in that many movies. Like, Dirty Work was his big movie. And obviously it had a cult following, but it wasn't successful, So I think that he'd always get a role in like a Sandler movie. I think that's most of the movies that he did. Like Sandler always found a part for him.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, there was a bit where I forget he called into the show and he said he was in one of Sandler's movies and he said I had to split a zip car with some other comedian or something like that.
Oh, that's funny.
Like Sandler got the main cast all Porsches or something, as if they needed it, and I got stuck with the zip car. Or something.
That's pretty great.
Speaking of Norm's masterpieces, Christian, I just introduced Sam to the Mike Tyson Mysteries cartoon.
Oh yeah.
Norm is the pigeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you haven't watched any of that or enough of that, you should, because it's the most crude you've ever heard Norm's voice. But it's in a pigeon on a Mike Tyson cartoon. It's. I mean, he literally makes the show, but a lot of people haven't heard of it. It's only. I mean, it came out I think 2016 or 2015.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, I certainly haven't seen enough of that, but the little bit that I saw of it, and then I know he was a voice of this like blob creature on the Seth MacFarlane show, the Star Trek spoof, The Orville. So he's got like 2 lines every couple episodes, but it's his voice, so it's always so funny whatever he says.
Exactly right.
And Seth MacFarlane used him a lot because he was originally the voice of Death on that show, and then I think they had Corolla take over, but he would be like he would be the Grim Reaper. And exactly. So
Incredible. I have, you know what? Of all the things I've watched, has Dennis come out publicly and said anything about Norm?
I don't think so, and I honestly don't know if he will. If he
won't, right?
does, it would probably be, he still has an interview show, a TV show called Dennis Miller Plus One that he does for, I think it's called RT America. And if he interviews another comedian, they'll probably talk about Norm. If he talked to like Spade or something. But I mean, Dennis isn't a big like issuing a press release guy. Like if we were still doing the podcast with the radio show, like when Robin Williams died, we spent a lot of time on that because Dennis knew Robin really well.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and that's the only show that Dennis ever asked me if I could send it to him on a CD so that he could like keep it. Was that because like Carvey was on and we had a bunch of people on, like a lot of people who knew Robin. Yeah, so I don't know that he'll say anything, and I
didn't expect him to. I just yeah.
I mean, I know how much he really liked Norm, and he's known him for a long time, but he's probably not somebody that he feels like he should weigh in or what have you. I traded an email with him. I just sort of wasn't sure what to say, but I actually sent him a couple of the links because in case he thought it would be fun to like listen to old Norm bits, because I was just like, this is something that's helped me out. So, but yeah, it just depends. I think because I know that this was close, like when regular guest for our show, Orson Bean, an older actor, when he passed away, Dennis called me and when Andrew Breitbart died, we were like doing the radio show. So like we talked like before we even went on the air about that, So it's like when somebody that we cared about has died, it's usually been in the context of like we're working together. So we kind of need to talk about it.
Well,
this one, I just wrote to him and just was like, I don't know. I felt like I should say something, but I didn't want to I didn't want to ask him anything.
Right.
Yeah. Well, when Norm passed away, I saw something on Deadline's Twitter, because I think from what I saw, they were the first to break.
Deadline? I didn't even know he was sick.
The story.
Exactly.
And,
they were the first, and I had a friend text me, somebody who works for somebody who used to be a writer on SNL, and he texted me, and I was just like, well, I hope that's not true, but usually, more often than not, these things turn out to be true, and so yeah, when I think Deadline was the first place because I wanted to verify after my friend texted me, I was just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, well, when I saw the tweet from Deadline, I went and searched Norm's name, and like for the first 5 minutes there wasn't anything out there. So I'm like, is this an intern doing like a bad joke or something? And then and then 10 minutes later, everything just kind of it all came in at once like a torrent.
Yeah, I was at work, man, and I just happened to check Twitter. And like I was saying earlier, Sam, Norm, the I'm Not Norm channel is one that I'm subscribed to on YouTube, and they're regularly posting just different content. Like Norm hates Barbara Walters, or Barbara Walters hates Norm, or you know what I mean, and putting a bunch of clips together and shit like that. So that's part of like a weekly it has been a part of a weekly rotation of just mindless content that I consume and laugh at, because it's mostly why I watch YouTube, is to laugh.
Mm-hmm.
And all I could think was like, of course. I mean, of course, of course. No, I think is all I tweeted. No, God damn it, no.
Yeah.
It's not God's fault, but whatever. It's whether you knew him or not, I think that's what I find so fascinating about this, is whether you, like you, Christian, who had the fortune of not only getting to see him live at shows and stuff, but, knowing him to some degree. And those of us as far away as we could be and just knew him from his content, literally only from his content, all are seemingly reacting pretty similarly. And it's,
what
that says something.
Yeah. What I kind of find so cool about him, though, and maybe I'm just projecting it, but it seems to me like his comedy was not that far off from who he was as a person, though. From kind of what I've gathered, like Norm is Norm, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think that's about right. I mean, I would say the same thing about Dennis too. You know, the comedic persona is not that different from the, you know, when the cameras or microphones aren't on, and Norm was pretty consistent. Norm just sort of had that other level that when he knew he wasn't going to get in trouble because, you know, it's not being broadcast, it would either go into overdrive a little bit, but I think everybody's that way. And yeah, I think you're right. I think that you got a feeling you kind of need the guy because it's sort of like a lot of the way that he does his comedy, sort of like, you know, the example of the moth joke is like you see the way his mind's working and the way he's filling it. You know, I mean, he's in the Aristocrats documentary. You know, he's got a good one too. I mean, you can argue whose is the best, but you know, Gilbert's is pretty legendary. But
yeah,
you know, just watching the way his mind works, you kind of feel like you know him a little bit more. You know, I mean, it's as opposed to like a guy who's like, yeah, but as opposed to like a guy who's super polished, like Jerry Seinfeld. I mean, you know, he's very prolific and he's incredibly funny, but he's not. You're not watching him work stuff out. You know, it's like it's all by the time that it gets recorded, it's all well figured out. You know.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing I think personified about Norm for me is that he just lived to be funny.
Yeah.
Privately, publicly. I mean, excluding the most exclusive private group of people, which I would imagine you couldn't count on two hands, or you could count on less than two hands, I should say. That really knew what he was thinking and feeling and what was going on with him. Other than that, like, he lived for the joke. You know what I mean? Just to be funny. Like everything was supposed to be funny. That's kind of what I take from him, you know. And of course. Yeah, it's good. It's a good lesson for everyone, I think, especially as the world's falling apart around us.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I think his brand of humor is you know, something that will, you know, certainly be missed. And I think Apex and I don't know if you've ever heard of the podcast Come Town or
yeah, who does that? That I know the guys who do it. It's more that I know who they are than I've actually heard the show. Who does Come Town?
Nick
Mullen, yeah, and Stavros.
Oh, Stavros. Yeah. Stavros. I heard Stavros recently on something. Yeah, and they're both great. It's just yeah.
Which
it's degenerate fucking comedy, but it, you know,
yeah,
it's funny.
Which
again, it's
which I mean, to your point, Christian, you said on your podcast that there was no way you could release the first 100 Bladcast, but I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, I'm like that could be true, but then there is Come Town, and you guys are way.
They make a shitload of money too.
Yeah, no. The thing about so my show, the Bladcast, and I'll tell people it's spelled BLADTCAST, and you can find the YouTube and all that stuff. But the earliest episodes of it, we would record after the Dennis Miller show. And look, even in 2013, the world was different, and like what you said and what you thought was funny. And you know, my friend Will Sterling, who, you know, he's an actor, and for a long time he worked producing podcasts for Podcast One, and he was a little bit mindful of like, oh, you know, stuff we talked about. I don't know, you know. And Liev, this guy that we worked with, he does morning radio in the LA area for a country station, and he definitely like was playing up like being a character, almost like an Eric Cartman, Archie Bunker kind of character. I mean, it's what he really thought sometimes. but he just was like just being this like, sexist, abrasive, insulting. I would always try and get him to be racist, but he wouldn't really bite on it. I'd always try and get him, and like, I'll get him to say something, and he was like smart enough to know. And so it's like, you worry, those people have real careers, and they worry about it. But I mean, it's like, I didn't take down the first like 100 episodes of the Black Cast. It's just that they existed on like through that radio show. And when I started doing it on my own, it's like, I don't know, episode 118 or 119 or something. So then that's why those are the ones that are easily found. You can find some of the old ones because they're on other streaming services. But, here's the thing. I've always said I would put up the earliest episodes if there was any interest at all of people who wanted to hear them. And the people who want them already have them, or have at least listened to them when they were new. So some of the ones with guests, like there's guests from those earliest shows, I'll put those up. But I don't know, a lot of it is like, do you really want to hear us in 2013 talk about what we think Batman vs. Superman is going to be like? I mean, like, oh, do we think it's going to be really cool? And is Wonder Woman really going to be in it? That's rumor. So some of it is just like, I don't know if it holds up or not.
I went back to like I think my first Black Cast appearance when Gotham was first on, and when everyone thought that show was going to be good. And,
I mean, it seemed like it would be good, and I mean, I watched it for a little while, like right up until they introduced Mr. Freeze, and then I was like, I don't need Mr. Freeze. Like, Mr. Freeze isn't cool to me,
Yeah.
And then the worst thing about Gotham was that the actor who they cast to play the Penguin was actually really good. So then they felt like they had to put him in every episode, and I'm like, oh, he would have been good like every 5 or 6 episodes, Like, I didn't need to spend that much time with him. I thought the Riddler was more interesting,
Too much of a good thing, Dizzy.
Kind of, yeah, definitely. But yeah, so you were on to talk about Gotham. I forgot about that, Sam.
And then I think another time I was on to like talk at one of Louis C.K.'s specials right before the whole Me Too thing hit. Which
I was just talking to somebody about that, and the interesting thing about that is like, the thing about Louis, it's like, I think like the girls who he like jerked off in front of weren't even that upset about it. They just talked about it, and people got upset on their behalf.
Yeah,
they felt like that's what the problem is. And, you have guys. I'm gonna say the guy's name, but everybody knows who the guy is who had it in for Shane Gillis, like that guy. There you have those people who like that's really what they feel like they should be doing is like not just getting people like canceled in the court of public opinion. They're like getting work taken away from people. And like, Louis was so hugely successful. And I mean, his show, his FX show was fucking brilliant on every level. Like, he did everything. He like wrote, he directed, he edited it, and obviously he starred in it. And yeah, that's weird, like jerking off in front of women, if they aren't asking you to do it, if you just like figure they must be into it. And I mean, look, Louis knew what he looked like with his shirt off. He should know that no woman's going to want to see that. And the person with the best reaction to it, I think, was Sarah Silverman, who was like, how did you do that in front of me? So it was like, wait, what? How come I didn't deserve that? I think they dated at one point too. But anyway, yeah, no, and I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, it's like Louis, you could kind of understand that very specific act more than anything, and I think you're people who once you do apologize, it's sort of like that's when it's over, like we were talking about Howard Stern before, and there were those a couple of years ago, there were like these videos that he did in like the early 90s. He was like with Sherman Helmsley from the Jeffersons, and he's using the N-word like constantly as part of a bit, and it's what was comedy. It's what people tuned into Howard Stern for. It was like on a pay-per-view like cable show. So it was like supposed to be extra adult. And instead of apologizing for it, he was just like, yeah, it was like 30 years ago. I was crazy back then. The world was crazy. It's I'm not.
Never
It's just
apologize to the
you
mob.
can say like, I would never do. I wouldn't think that's funny now, but I did back then. And like, that's why, like, when Kevin Hart wasn't like, I already apologized for these tweets. Well, we need you to apologize again if you want to host the Oscars. And he's like, well, I don't think I want to host the Oscars that badly. It was just because what was it? Like Kevin Hart had a tweet that, and Tracy Morgan said the same thing. Like, he hoped something about like hoping that they never had a gay kid or something. I can't remember what it was, but it almost doesn't.
Something
It almost
like
doesn't
that,
matter, Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, and it's I don't know. It's like it just depends. If you put yourself in a situation where you can be canceled and you can apologize for something, I mean, then that's where the real trouble starts. I mean, I think with Shane Gillis, like, he had just gotten hired on SNL, and it would have been sort of a very big break for him.
Speaking of a funny motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, and his new special's on YouTube for free.
It's so funny.
Yeah,
It's
and
so
I mean,
funny.
he's still, his career is different than if he'd gotten on SNL. But by the way, you don't make a lot of money on SNL. It's more that it's like a springboard to other things, and it's sort of like an old media sort of thing anyway. So in theory, that guy's going to be fine. But I don't know. I'm sorry. This was just because you mentioned Louis, and I literally just been talking about Louis the other day about obviously how funny Louis still is.
Yeah.
But even people who know that he's funny aren't going to say that Louis is funny.
He's one of my favorite comedians, and when the Me Too.
Whoa. Sorry,
Yeah.
Sam. Good.
We got hashtag cancel Sam Whitfield.
No, I was saying whoa because Shane's fucking new special has 1 million views already, and it came out 7 days ago. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
What were you saying, Sam?
Believe me, they're gonna cancel me over probably over other things. So, but
yeah, Sammy, we said the N word like a couple times this stream. But go ahead.
Something like that.
As long as that word isn't nepotism.
No, I'm not that. I'm not that lucky. But
no, Sam's a necrophiliac.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
It's the chair's fault. It's blame it on the chair. It's anyway. Go on, Sammy. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't say I'm a necrophiliac, but no. Anyway,
damn it.
It's
derailed.
No, because Sam likes them dead after he's done with them. He doesn't want to have sex with them dead, but he needs to immediately kill them. It's like, well, I'm done with you. So yeah.
Put them in the corner with the rest.
Put them in Rob Lorich's backyard.
Exactly. Well, I learned all my.
Did you get Lorich to come on your show? I remember you said you were going to have him on at some point.
I haven't gotten him on yet. I was going to get him on, and then January 6th happened. So there was.
Oh wait, I TiVo the news. I'm still watching the news from 2018. What happened on January 6th? I didn't notice.
This.
No, you know what? I don't want it ruined for me. I don't want
never
it
mind.
ruined
Yeah,
for me.
never mind.
I know. Let me watch it.
No spoilers. No spoilers. Yeah.
Well, at least it wasn't Last Jedi bad. So. But
oh god.
Yeah.
It's worse. But
yeah, well, but anyway, so you were talking about Louis, Norm, and Dennis Miller. But obviously, those are three really funny, very unique voices.
Yeah, no. What I was gonna say is, it's funny because you have comedians, like Louis who can, get canceled and then come back, but then you also have comedians like Nick DiPaolo, who I know was on the show as well, and Nick's I think Nick just got kicked off YouTube, but he doesn't. Nick's one of those guys again who doesn't give a fuck. Really.
Yeah, and he's actually one of the first people I knew who gave away their stand-up special on YouTube for free.
Yeah.
He was, he was one of the first ones. Like Louis is one of the first ones to just sell a special on his website directly instead of like trying to, get it on a cable channel or a streaming service. But I remember that Nick did that. Yeah, Nick, it's interesting because Nick is from a slightly different school where he is very outspoken, but it's more politically charged in a lot of ways. So, and what I've always liked Nick. I've always thought Nick's very funny, and I always liked having him on as a guest. But I will tell you that there would be every once in a while there'd be something that Nick would talk about, and then we would talk afterwards. It's like, let's take that one thing out, not because Nick shouldn't be allowed to say it, but it's more that like we don't want our lives to get complicated because we had this conversation,
Right.
and it's like,
sure.
It's like joke about Hunter Biden. Fine. When you get into the specifics of something that you've heard is on that laptop and it's just like, that's too much. It's like, also, it's like you're just going on about something and it's not actual jokes. You know what I mean? Like when something's a joke, you can always be like, I'm just joking. And Nick, I think, is great in both of those ways. He is somebody who he's very opinionated, and he's able to synthesize it into good jokes. And I think you have a lot of people who you'll have examples of both people, but the example that I always think of is the sort of the present day version of Stephen Colbert, who I think when he had a show on Comedy Central was funny. And now it's like not about being funny, it's more about like preaching to people. And I'm like, well, who wants that? So it's like, I don't know. I think that, more people watch Gutfeld's show than even watch the Late Show or the Tonight Show anymore. And I think that if Gutfeld was somebody who just said what he thought and tried to preach to you, I don't think it would work. But Gutfeld's also funny, and I think that DePaulo, I think, always pushes the envelope and pushes it off the table, and the envelope goes into the shredder and then bursts into flames, and he's still going, and it's great. It's great to have guys like that. I just think your potential gets maxed out. He used to have a show on Sirius. DePaulo did, but then he got fired from that. Like Anthony Cumia, I think he got fired. I think Nick got fired because of something he tweeted. It wasn't something he even said on the show.
Yeah.
So
it's like burning the candles at both ends, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, and it's he's great. I haven't heard anything from Nick in a while, obviously, because I haven't been doing Dennis' show. But I haven't seen his show in a little while. But
he moved.
Nick. He
moved closer to my neck of the woods.
He moved to Georgia.
Yeah,
and he said he loved it. That he loved going to Georgia. Yeah, he moved like before the pandemic. So he didn't live in the city. He lived in Westchester. So he a lot of people who moved lived in New York City, and then it's like when you're being encouraged to spend all day inside, and like your inside is less than 1,000 square feet, and you live in like a loft apartment, with like a girlfriend you maybe don't even like. That's not Nick. I'm just saying in general. I think a lot of people moved pretty far away, because they were just like, oh, I just want to have a little bit more space. And it seemed like Nick was really happy going to Georgia. And I think a lot of it is really like, for the most part, how much does it really matter, where you live, especially if you're doing shows, like an internet show or, something on YouTube. And I know like DePaulo has like a studio that he had built for him, but it's, the one thing about this last year and a half is just, you realize how good the technology is for you to have guests that aren't there with you. And it still usually sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I'm always impressed. I'm always impressed by these guys who, like have studios built for them, and then meanwhile, you and I are. I mean, I'm streaming from my room, and you're streaming from your,
I have this room in the back of my garage
Yeah.
because my kids are asleep upstairs and it's quiet down here. It's literally I'm in the back of my garage underneath my house. It's a windowless room. When we first moved in, my wife and I started calling this the murder room because nobody would hear those screams. Let's just put it that way. And yeah, I mean, look, and it's obviously Rogan had those beautiful studios built, for him. Crowder has his studios also in Texas. You people that that have these facilities that are built. But honestly, if you sound good, it kind of doesn't matter. It looks cool, but I don't know. I mean, I think that a lot of people still don't watch podcasts. I think what I've found, and mine's very small, but it's the listenership for the audio version is about the same as it ever was. But we usually do everything on video now too, so it's like extra. So you're getting more people that like to watch stuff, even though, look, right now, if you're looking at Sam and I, you're seeing two of the most handsome men on the planet. And obviously, Apex Gamma is intimidated. That's why he won't show his face, because you can't compete with this. That's really what it comes down to.
It's true. It's true.
But I don't know. It's fascinating. At some point, the history books and on the impact of the pandemic, there's a lot to look at. But in terms of the way that media is generated and the amount of content that is created in this time period and what people are comfortable with, it's like people are used to seeing, people who do Zoom mics. Like right now, I'm just talking to you on my cell phone because I didn't want to waste time setting up my computer. Like I have, it's funny. I'm leaning on my fancy microphone.
Nice,
I have my
dude.
phone, but my computer wasn't set up, and I didn't know what time you were going until. So I was just like, oh, let me just turn it. But it's passable. Like when I have guests that aren't on like a professional mic, it's like, yeah, it's good enough, But anyway,
sound good.
Yeah, no, you sound great, and I mean same with this show, and there are people who are like, well, you need more YouTube subs, and you need to like get much more interaction with the chat, which the chat is great, but I get like 80 views on YouTube, but then I'll get like 1,000 on the audio version.
And then it's like doing the video. It's like especially because like a lot of times I'll do interviews that aren't scheduled ahead of time. I just like, oh, okay, I'll record it. You go live and then you're like, oh, there's 5 people watching that are like commenting and having questions. That's enough because you're having like the live interaction, which is great, which when we only ever did the show as audio, we never had live interaction unless I was like, Sam, I'm going to call you at this time and then you can be on with us,
Yeah.
So to have people pop in and comment live, I mean, you always get, because like the show that we did on Thursday, the Blackcast episode 452 where we talked about Norm. Like a lot of people were in the chat, they wanted to talk about some of like their personal memories of Norm being on Dennis Miller's radio show. And it was people that aren't usually the ones that make sure that they're there to watch live. And it was nice to see.
Yeah, speaking of listeners, I don't know if you saw this, but Dominica Saxon, our Dominica Saxon, actually got blocked. Yeah. He actually got blocked by the Juice. After I tweeted out wanting to make sure that OJ wasn't in any proximity of Norm. So.
Yeah, I know getting blocked by O.J. Simpson is something to definitely be proud of.
Better than getting stabbed by him.
Yeah, it's true. It's if only Nicole had only gotten blocked by him.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, fellas, I'm gonna have to go to bed pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in California, and I have to go to bed pretty soon too. Sam, you're going to be up all night, clearly.
Whoa, we got the whole country covered. You got the West Coast, Midwest, and the fucking East Coast.
Yeah,
let's go.
I'm actually thinking I'm going to wrap this up here soon, so we might as well wrap this up. But
smart man.
Thanks for coming on. And where can people find you? Because your podcast, I think is one of the best. It's one of my favorites to listen to.
The phrase you were looking for was gold standard. Thank you, Sam. And if you're interested in the Blackcast, BLADTCAST, you can subscribe via Apple Podcasts, anywhere, wherever you want. But also there is a YouTube channel, Blackcast, BLADTCAST. And we do a few shows on there. We have the Blackcast, the titular Blackcast. I do a show about Marvel called Marvel Movie Talk. And I do a political show that Sam pops in on the chat and has been on. And we went for the comedic. It used to be called the Trump Report, and we call it Biden Time now. And I've had Sam on, but I want him to be on with my co-host because it's a little bit of a Southern California echo chamber for my co-host. So I like to get representation from other people. So we just it's been hard to figure out schedules, but I want to have you on with all of us at some point.
I'll try not to torture them too much. So
yeah. Well, I know them both, and they're both very nice. And it's I don't know. And I think it's just sometimes I'll put stuff out there, and I'm a fairly centrist guy. I try to. I think that my strongest held political belief is what's going to get a laugh, and
hell yeah.
It's and I'm definitely doing this show. People were very surprised when when we first started. It was called Trump versus Hillary. It was the 2016 election, and I think I made one joke about it was sort of like thinking of Norm, that Hillary Clinton being a murderer. And the one guy in the panel thought it was hysterical, but the others were like, "What's wrong with you?" I'm like, "What is this about?" I thought everybody knew. I was kind of like Norm. But anyway, so yeah, I have those shows at the Blackcast YouTube channel, BLADTCAST. And you can find me on Twitter and Instagram at ChristianDMZ. And I usually want people to listen to all my stuff. But if you don't listen to any of my stuff, and you don't watch any of my stuff, please go find those clips of Norm Macdonald on the Dennis Miller Show. They're out there. The hour he did in studio with Dennis, myself, and Jason Sudeikis is just great. It's like pure Norm, and it's a lot of fun. And you'll also ask yourself, what the fuck was that guy doing in that room? It's in me.
Hell yeah. Well, Christian, dude, thank you so much for joining us. I know you and Sammy go way back, but as the prestigious co-host here in the old chunk of coal, as it were, I want to thank you. And Sammy, thank you, as always, for having me on.
Thank you.
Go ahead and send us out, man.
So
thank you, chat. Thank you for everyone listening, by the way. Go listen to Christian.
Yes, thanks for tuning in to the Whitfield Report. I want to thank Apex for rejoining me, and thanks to Christian for popping in for the last hour of the show, and thanks to everyone who sent in clips of Norm and shared your comments in the chat. He will be missed, and until next time, this is Sam Whitfield saying good night, God bless, God save this nation, and God freedom legacy in that order. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for listening to The Whitfield Report on the NGC Network. Please visit Sam's website at www.thesamwhitfield.com and support Sam on Patreon at patreon.com/Whitfield Report. Until next time, God bless, God save this great nation, and God, freedom, legacy, in that order.